The Committee of Finance is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Present.
Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., present. Senator Janelle K. Serow. Senator Serow, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Here.
Senator Vialet, present. Mr. Chair, you have 6 present, 1 absent.
Madam Clerk, please put Senator Saro as tardy. She's on a flight right now coming over.
Mr. Chair, you have 6 present, 1 tardy.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You may proceed and read the agenda into the record.
The Committee on Finance for Thursday, August 12, 2021 at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lowetz Legislative Chambers, Christiansted, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. The Committee on Finance will consider the following bills. Bill number 34-0078, an act to transfer certain real property from the government of the Virgin Islands to the Virgin Islands Port Authority to pay certain sums to the Education Maintenance Fund, proposed by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Invited testifiers: Carlton Dow, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Port Authority; Anthony Thomas, Commissioner, Property and Procurement; Raquel Berry Benjamin, Commissioner, Department of Education. Bill number 34-0083, an act making an appropriation of $100,000 from the St. Thomas Capital Improvement Fund to the Department of Agriculture for the Humane Society of St. Thomas to be used as matching funds for the construction of an animal clinic, proposed by Senator Janelle K. Serow. Invited testifiers: Positive T. A. Nelson, Commissioner, Department of Agriculture; Delia Holodensky, President, Humane Society of St. Thomas; Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget. Bill number 34-0084, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Section 54B, 3D, relating to the allocation of the Environmental Infrastructure Impact Fee to allocate 85% of that fee to the Government Employee Retirement System to pay annuities, proposed by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Invited testifiers: Joel Lee, Director, Bureau of Internal Revenue; Austin L. Nibbs, Administrator, Government Employees Retirement System; Nellen L. Bowery, Chairman, Government Employees Retirement System; and Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Before we proceed with the agenda, the first item is Bill number 34-0078. The last item is Bill number 34-0084. I'm seeing some individuals on in reference to the last bill. I will text you and let you know you don't have to be on for the first 2 bills. I will text you and let you know when you need to sign in. We do have the main testifiers for Bill number 34-0078 who will be participating virtually. I'm going to allow them to put the name on the record, and then I'm going to allow the sponsor of the bill to present the bill after. So beginning with the Port Authority.
Good morning, Carlton Dow, Executive Director of the Port Authority.
Okay, Mr. Dow, do that again. Your camera, you just turn the camera off.
Sorry. Okay. Good morning, Carlton Dow, Director of the Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Education, Department of Education.
Good morning, Raquel Berry Benjamin, Commissioner of the VI Department of Education.
Property and Procurement.
Good morning, Vincent Richards from the Department of Property and Procurement.
Before we go to the testimony, I'll allow the sponsor of the bill to speak to the bill. Who speaks to bill number 34, that's 0078?
I do.
You may proceed, Senator Donna Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to my colleagues and good morning to the testifiers. This morning, I rise to offer bill number 34-0078 for your consideration and support. This bill is simple. However, it has potential for huge economic impact and benefit. It serves also to support the maintenance of schools, which has been a long, vexing issue here in the territory. In 1965, the Secretary of the Interior deeded the Cancrane property to the government of the Virgin Islands for a compelling public need, which at that time was the construction of a public junior high school in the St. Thomas, St. John district in particular. With the advent of the storms, the hurricanes of 2017, and the fact that the Cancrane property is in a flood zone, it is appropriate for us to use this challenge as the opportunity to expand our economic base. We have obtained the necessary clearance from the Department of Interior to allow for the property to be repurposed. Some may ask, why are we repurposing a property that where initially was for a school? And the answer is the school has been, as we all know, particularly those of us in the St. Thomas, St. John district, has been in a flood zone. And it is time that we think differently and we ensure that our students are able to go into schools in a safer and more secure environment. I've worked closely with the Office of the Governor, the Virgin Islands Port Authority, and the U.S. Department of Interior to move this legislation forward. I have been working on this legislation since my first term in office and have conducted all the necessary legwork to have this Cancrane property used in a manner that will benefit not only us from an economic perspective, but to also benefit the Department of Education. I believe that because the property was once a school, any property that was once a school that will be repurposed for any purpose where revenues will be generated, I think it is important that we ensure that our schools benefit from it in some way. As a result of my work, my proposal here today is to utilize 50% of the income generated from the Virgin Islands Port Authority from activities conducted on this property to be deposited into the Education Maintenance Fund. These funds can only be used for the construction and maintenance of schools throughout the territory. This measure creates a continuous funding source to maintain our schools. We currently have funding from FEMA to rebuild and rehabilitate several schools in the territory, and this will assist us with ensuring that those schools are in fact maintained once they are rebuilt. So in fact, this measure is a step in the right direction. This measure is also timely. Just about 2 weeks ago, myself and several of my other colleagues had an opportunity to have discussions with stakeholders in Florida regarding the opportunity to grow the maritime and the transshipment industry in the territory. We had the opportunity to witness firsthand a port at the port of Palm Beach in Rivera Beach, Florida, the meaningful economic development opportunities and the collaboration between public and public, and in this case, public and public will be Virgin Islands Port Authority and the Department of Education and public-private partnership, and how it has expanded the economic growth within that very small city of Rivera Beach. We should be no different, colleagues. It is time that we broaden our horizon and recognize the importance of attracting businesses that require the maritime industry here to be successful. The world is changing right before our eyes. In fact, the world has changed. I would venture to say that 99%, if not more, of what we consume, wear, drive, comes from off-island. If we don't act now, some other Caribbean country will benefit from this opportunity. This measure is a complement to Act 8376, the South Shore Free Trade Zone that was passed in the 33rd legislature. And now we have a unique opportunity to be the transshipment hub for the Windward and Leeward Islands. If we don't act, countries like St. Martin are just waiting in the wing to capture this market. Colleagues, at the appropriate time, I will be offering an amendment to remove the automatic increases and allow for the government of the Virgin Islands and the Virgin Islands Port Authority to negotiate those increases as the years go by, I believe it's after a 12-year period or 15-year period. Not any substantive changes, but I believe it's important that we move this amendment. Again, this measure is part of the economic development framework that I look forward to creating along with my colleagues in the 34th legislature for the long-term benefit of the territory. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, for that presentation. And this bill is timely today after we had the opportunity to meet with the individuals from Tropical. And it's also timely with the expansion that is going to be taking place on St. Thomas with the recent grant that they received for some $20-something million for the development of that particular port. And for the island of St. Croix, I know that is going to be the next question immediately. They are working on grants up to $60 million that would be able to transform the South Shore and really fix the facility, new cranes, et cetera. So we're in a good position, and we need to make sure that we support the Port Authority and we push as much as possible to make the Virgin Islands that transshipment port for the rest of the Eastern Caribbean. So with that, I'm going to allow testimony. I'm going to have Mr. Dow read his last. I'm going to go first to education, Ms. Benjamin, and then I'm going to go to property and procurement. Commissioner?
Thank you, Senator. Good morning, Honorable Senator Kurt VLA, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, members of the committee, other members of the 34th Legislature, other testifiers, and the listening and viewing audiences. I am Raquel Berry Benjamin, Commissioner of the VI Department of Education, and I'm pleased to present testimony on Bill number 34-0078, an act to transfer certain real property from the government of the Virgin Islands to the Virgin Islands Port Authority to require the Virgin Islands Port Authority to pay certain sums to the education maintenance funds. Here with me to provide testimony, we have legal counsel, Attorney Alvinson Hudson, and Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, who will be joining us shortly as we have various trainings occurring today, as well as an emergency in the department. She'll be joining us shortly. Bill number 34-0078 seeks to transfer ownership of Crown Bay Field Number 1, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, which is the site of the former Adelita Cancrine Junior High School, to the Virgin Islands Port Authority for expansion of the Port Authority's main cargo and transshipment operations in exchange for the certain payments into the Education Maintenance Fund and the construction of a warehouse for the Department of Education's benefit. The VI Department of Education does not have plans to utilize the Crown Bay Field Number 1 Southside Quarter property to rebuild the Adelita Cancrine Junior High School or any other school. Currently, the department mainly uses the property to house and execute the functions of the department's warehouse, and Bill number 33-0078 provides the department continued warehouse space on the property. The only request of the VIDE as it relates to space is to increase the amount of square footage to 35,000 to be able to house the warehouse of all of the department's goods, as well as the warehouse for the School Food Authority. Bill number 33-0078 indicates that the VI Port Authority shall ensure the facility is used to promote and increase commerce and prosperity for the Virgin Islands. Moreover, that the VI Port Authority shall provide a stream of income to the Department of Education to support operation and maintenance of school campuses for revenues collected from the use of said property. Students' academic performance and employee morale can be adversely impacted when buildings are not conducive to learning and working. Moreover, for decades, the VIDE has requested a separate funding source for the maintenance and upkeep of our aged schools. This bill is a step in the right direction, as it is a start to providing such funding. The prosperity of the children of the Virgin Islands is dependent on the prosperity of the Virgin Islands on a whole. As such, the VI Department of Education supports Bill number 33-0078. In closing, the VIDE is duty-bound to complete transforming the Virgin Islands public education system into a first-class experience for students that will prepare them for the success in the world. This bill helps in our efforts to secure the necessary goods to feed our facilities, to store the goods to feed our children, and carry out the department's function to educate children. The spirit of the bill is well intended, where everyone benefits, and the VIDE appreciates this approach to aid in the prosperity of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Chairman and fellow committee members, we appreciate this opportunity to provide testimony on Bill number 34-0078. Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory, for sponsoring this bill, and Senator Potter for co-sponsoring. We're available to answer questions that you might have. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Richards?
Good morning to the Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Senate President and sponsor of the bill number 34-0078. The Honorable Kurt A. Viale, Chairman of the Committee on Finance of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Other members of the committee, other senators, legislative staff, fellow testifiers, and to the listening and viewing audience. My name is Vincent Richards. I'm the Deputy Commissioner of the Property and Printing Division at the Department of Property and Procurement. Mr. Chair, I appear today on behalf of Anthony D. Thomas, Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, who's unable to be present today. Thank you for the invitation to appear before the committee to offer testimony on Bill number 34-0078, an act to transfer certain properties from the government of the Virgin Islands to the Virgin Islands Port Authority, to require the Virgin Islands Port Authority to pay certain sums to the Educational Maintenance Fund. The department understands Bill number 34-0078 seeks to transfer ownership of Crown Bay Field number 1, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, which is the site of the former Adelita Cancrine Junior High School, to the VI Port Authority for expansion of the Port Authority's marine cargo and transshipment operations in exchange for certain payments to the Education Maintenance Fund and the construction of a warehouse for the Department of Education's benefit. The Department of Property and Procurement appreciates the well-intentioned spirit of the bill and believes this plan will provide the best opportunity and support the future designs of all stakeholders. Commissioner Anthony Thomas has consistently shared with the 33rd and the 34th legislature that his strategies to increase revenues generation through better property management opportunities in addressing funding challenges of the general fund. DPP is of the opinion that parcel number 1 Crown Bay Phil is strategically located and the most valuable underdeveloped property currently in the government's real estate portfolio. Thus, in this location provides another advantageous opportunity for the government to generate needed additional revenues for the executive branch. DPP's original plan for the premises was to subdivide number 1 Crown Bay Phil, with a portion of the property closest to the ocean being leased to the VI Port Authority to develop and manage and accommodate VIPA's operational needs and to solicit competitive proposals from entities, including the Port Authority, to jointly develop the remaining portions of the property closest to the roadway and equitably share in the gross generated revenues. In 2019, DPP and the VI Port Authority struck an agreement that would allow for the government of the Virgin Islands to share in the ground lease revenues for various shipping companies with a projected annual yield of over $200,000 for a mere fraction of the property. Thus, Bill number 34-008 employs a model for revenue generations that is similar to the methods DPP is implementing for government-owned properties. DPP applauds Executive Directors Dow's leadership and momentum. DPP wholeheartedly embrace the Port Authority's 10-year strategic plan for the cleanup, development, and revitalization of the sub-base and the greater Crown Bay commercial area, thus enabling our property management teams to work in tandem from time to time, synchronizing future development to effectuate that plan. The department has already initiated measures to reinvigorate the neighboring sub-base area to attract commercial and retail tenants as part of its long-term land use strategy. In closing, the department is willing to assist in any additional review if necessary. This concludes my prepared statement. I thank you again for the opportunity to present testimony on this bill, and I stand ready to answer any questions this committee may have. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Director Dow, you may proceed.
Thank you and good morning. Good morning, Honorable Senator Claude Velez, Chairman of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands Committee on Finance, other senators present, legislative staff, and the listening, viewing audience, and fellow testifiers. I am Carlton Dow, the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Port Authority, thereafter referred to as VIPA. Thank you for your invitation to offer testimony on Bill number 34-0078, an act to transfer the property designated parcel number 1A and 1 Crown Bay Field area from Princess Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. The bill provides that VIPA will share its net revenues with the government of the Virgin Islands to support the Department of Education, school maintenance, and construction.
One minute, Executive Director, you have your camera off.
It's off, it should be on. It's on.
Okay, let's take, we're not still seeing it on here.
Let me go again.
We'll take a 1 minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Director Dow, you may proceed.
Thanks. Property ownership and historical background. The site on which the former Adelita Cancrane Junior High School is occupying is legally designated Parcel 1, Crombie Field Area, Crown Prince's Quarter, St. Thomas. For unrelated reasons, Viper is shown on the record of these records as the owner of the property. However, this is not correct, and it has never been correct. The property on which the Adelita Cancrane Junior High School sits has always been owned by the Department of Property and Procurement for the benefit of the Department of Education. The subject property was created as field land by the Department of Interior back in the early 1960s, at which time all submerged land around the Virgin Islands was owned by the United States of America and under the control and management of the U.S. Department of Interior. In 1965, the governor of the Virgin Islands requested from the Secretary of the Interior that Parcel 1, Crombie Field Area, Crown Prince's Quarter, be transferred to the government of the Virgin Islands to be used to build a junior high school. That transfer was made on December 1st, 1965. Bear in mind that all of the land occupied from the former submarine base facility to Gregory East or Karenins Hole is field land that was transferred to Viper's predecessor agency. The Virgin Islands Port Authority has always used the field area for the development and operation of cargo activities. Parcel 1 and 1A Crombie field area was carved out and conveyed to the government of the Virgin Islands for the purpose of constructing and operating a junior high school. The property was therefore listed in the land assets of the Department of Property and Procurement for the use by the Department of Education. The school existed on the property until 2017. With the occurrence of Hurricanes Irma and Maria in 2017, the Adelita Cancrane Junior High School was destroyed. The property was deemed unavailable for rebuilding with FEMA assistance because of the existence of the flood zone. Therefore, it is our understanding that the property is decommissioned for a school site. Since the former site is deemed not appropriate for the use of a school because of the flood issues, this bill presents the opportunity to repurpose the property and use it for the best and highest value, which is to support the cargo activities of the Crombie Marina and Cargo Terminal. There is a tremendous need for expansion of the Marine Cargo Terminal and an extraordinary potential for establishing St. Thomas and St. Croix to be major transshipment port for the Eastern Caribbean. Currently, the Virgin Islands is a major port for transshipment throughout the Caribbean. The cruise lines depend on shipping companies operating in St. Thomas and St. Croix to provision their ships while in transit. Therefore, a significant amount of commerce is moving through St. Thomas that does not remain in St. Thomas. In fact, there's almost an equal amount of shipping containers transshipped through St. Thomas Crombie facility to the shipping containers that stays in the Virgin Islands. The limitations on a greater role for the Virgin Islands, which translates into more revenues for the territory and more access to shipment for the people of the Virgin Islands, is our port capacity. The integration of the former school site will greatly enhance our capacity for more shipping activities, capacity to add shippers, and to expand the flow of commerce from the United States and the world. On October 15, 2020, Viper was awarded a grant from the U.S. Department of Transportation, Port Infrastructure Development for the Crombie Terminal Improvement Project, which supports the reconstruction and modernization of the cargo transshipment facility in St. Thomas. That grant is in the amount of $21.8 million and a local match commitment of $5.4 million from the two leading shippers, Crowley Marine and Tropical Shipping. This project, which is known as the Crombie Terminal Improvement Project, which supports the reconstruction and modernization of the cargo transshipment facility in St. Thomas. As the engineering plans are being developed for the Crombie Terminal Improvement Project, it would be an excellent opportunity for us to repurpose Parcel 1 and 1A Crombie for the use in the redeveloped cargo transshipment facility. Having the use of the former school site will greatly help in the logistics of reconstruction by providing a larger staging area and reducing the congestion on the dock and operational area of the port during the construction. Currently, Viper has an agreement with the VI Department of Property and Procurement for the use of the area, which was the athletic field, by the 3 major shippers in St. Thomas. The area is being leased by a use permit to meet their expansion needs to store equipment that is an overflow of the leased area. The condition of the field area is not ideal, but it helped to reduce the congestion and the operational space of the general cargo area. The companies would like to make improvements to make the area more tenable for their purposes, but they cannot do so without a long-term agreement. Viper is unable to offer them a long-term agreement because Viper does not own the property. Based on a 1-year permit, Viper has paid the Department of Property and Procurement over $225,000 as rent for the subletting of the former field area to the 3 shipping companies. Many of the smaller shipping companies are also in urgent need of more operational and storage space as the demand for shipment services and fuel increases to meet our growing community's need. Viper also continues to receive inquiries from small and large shipping entities seeking space to enter into this market, which is a good thing for the community. There is a dire need to expand the existing cargo facility to provide more staging areas for containers and to create a safer operating area in the Crown Bay Marine Cargo Terminal. We anticipate that with this integration of the former school site, we will see more than 50% storage capacity at the Crown Bay Marine Cargo Terminal. Viper and its partners, tenants, envision the transformation of the Crown Bay Marine Cargo Terminal into a modern cargo facility which can meet the shipping needs of the Virgin Islands and transshipment needs of the Caribbean. We do have competitors for this position, but our partners have shown that they are committed to the Virgin Islands. I understand that the committee chairman or the president's office have received communication from our partners, the major shippers endorsing this bill and explaining the importance of this integration to their operation. The expansion is also envisioned for St. Croix. In conjunction with our shipping partners, Viper has recently applied for a 2021 RAISE grant for the 2021 Port Infrastructure Development Grant for the Alfred Bumba Alec Container Port in St. Croix. Notwithstanding uncertainties of the Lime Tree Oil Refinery project, the shippers are still committed to investing in St. Croix port development. If successful, these grants will allow us to secure $40+ million for modernizing and redeveloping the Alfred Bumba Alec Container Port. Therefore, we are looking forward to this new opportunity to see the whole Virgin Islands to be a major regional transshipment area for the Caribbean and the world. Viper's enabling statute, Title 29 of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 543, provides in part, the purpose of the authority shall be to establish, acquire, construct, develop and improve, own, operate and manage any and all types of air and marine terminals, and to make available the benefits thereof in the widest economic manner, thereby promoting the general welfare and increasing commerce and prosperity. It is in this spirit and mandate that we have embarked on the opportunity to transform our cargo industry in the Virgin Islands. We believe that the integration of the former school property will be beneficial to the commerce of the Virgin Islands and give us significant role in regional transshipment. According to the 2020 U.S. Bureau of Census report, the Caribbean ranks as number 8 in the top 10 U.S. trading partners, having received over 47 billion tons of cargo shipments in 2020 alone. Prior to the COVID pandemic, the Caribbean region had received over 65 billion tons of cargo, not including oil and petroleum products. This is a strong indication that cargo transshipment is a critical component of the Virgin Islands economy. The shipment of goods and supplies forward by the cruise lines that visit the Virgin Islands and ply the waters of the Caribbean is a significant segment of the cargo shippers' business. Prior to the pandemic, thousands of tons of goods and supplies for the cruise ships were shipped to St. Thomas and St. Croix for delivery to cruise ships. Therefore, when the no-sale order of the CDC went into effect, we saw a significant reduction of the number of ships coming into St. Thomas, and the volume of cargo also dropped. So that made it clear to us that the cruise industry and the cargo industry are connected and equally in need of support by VIPA, the executive branch, and this body. The expansion of the Crombie Marine Cargo Facility will allow for more operation areas for the shipping companies and increase their capacity for more volume on shipments. With increased shipping volume, residents and businesses should see faster shipment of other items. The expansion of the Crombie Marine Cargo Facility by the integration of the former school site will also accelerate recovery efforts associated with hurricanes and by having better positioning for response to natural disasters. This is a commitment made by our shipping partners, which they have already shown after Hurricanes Irma and Maria. Despite a critical need for VIPA to expand our cargo facility and maintain its facilities, we are cognizant that the Department of Education is tasked with building new schools to replace those damaged in 2017 storms. The Department of Education is also faced with a challenge of improving existing age public school facilities. Therefore, we are in full agreement with Section 2 of the bill, which provides a funding mechanism and provides a continuous stream of income to the Department of Education to help operate and maintain school campuses. In exchange for the transfer of the former school site, VIPA will pay 50% of the net income derived from the commercial use of the former school site to the government for maintenance of the school campus. However, the payments begin 25 months after the property is transferred to VIPA. This will allow VIPA to recapture some of the initial development costs and capital costs before making the payments. Bearing in mind that VIPA will also have to design a development plan for the whole complex before it issues leases on a property and seek permit to demolish the existing structures before it begins to receive income from the property. Furthermore, funding will have to be identified for the construction of the warehouse for the Department of Property and Procurement and Education. 25 months is ambitious. However, we think we are ready to begin the process and get it done, provided we get cooperation from the other government agencies which have a role to play. VIPA will begin payments 25 months after receiving the property. We appreciate that VIPA will be allowed to recapture the initial capital used to prepare the property for operation before commencing these payments. The payments will be deposited in the Education Maintenance Fund established in Chapter 33 of the VI Code, Section 309(2)(a). While we have no objection to sharing the revenues with the Education Maintenance Fund, we do disagree with the provision that the percent of the payment will increase over years. This bill provides that amount will go from an initial 50% for the first 12 years and then increase to 55%, then go to 60% in the 17th year. We do not believe this is fair to VIPA. The gradual increase of the contribution will negatively impact the financial stability of the authority. The government will be receiving 50% of net revenues without the government expending any funds. 50% of net revenues without a government, the 50% contribution is likely to increase as the revenues for the property increases. Rent values will escalate and tenant rolls will increase. These events continually produce more revenue for the government's share. Furthermore, VIPA leases have a rent escalation clause every 3 years. Therefore, we anticipate that the government will share an ever-increasing equal monetary contribution with Viper as the investments mature. Viper will have to cover all expenses, risk, operation, and administration of this property. Therefore, we respectfully request that a bill be amended to let the payment stay at 50% payment to the Education Maintenance Fund. Viper agrees to develop and construct a warehouse and said property for the use by the Department of Education and Department of Property and Procurement, as stipulated in this bill. However, while we agree with Section 3 of the bill, it is not possible to complete a construction of the warehouse 18 months after the enactment of bill. Further, once the property is transferred, Viper will have to hire a firm to design a master plan for the property. Thereafter, Viper will have to secure architectural and construction plans for the warehouse. The existing buildings will have to be demolished after securing requisite permit. Once plans are produced, we must then apply for the regulatory permits to start the construction. All this must be done before construction commences. Under this scenario, we do not believe that the warehouses contemplated in Section 3 can be completed in 18 months after passage of the bill. That time frame is not realistic. We respectfully request that the bill be amended to state that the completion of the warehouse should take place either 24 months after the final regulatory permit has been issued or no later than 36 months after the effective date of this act, whichever comes first. Mr. Chairman, I again thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on behalf of the Virgin Islands Port Authority in support of Bill number 340078. This measure will allow us to expand the Crown Bay Marine Cargo Terminal and improve the infrastructure of this main cargo port in St. Thomas. Most importantly, this bill, if it is passed, will position the U.S. Virgin Islands as a prime transshipment center for the Caribbean. This bill simultaneously creates a new funding mechanism for the Department of Education to maintain existing schools and build new campuses. The arrangement is a beneficial compromise for all parties and for the community, and more specifically, the children of the U.S. Virgin Islands. It is demonstrative of the great things that we can achieve when the different branches of this government work together for the greater good of the people. I commend the bill sponsor, Senate President Donna Fred Gregory, for her vision and leadership, as well as yourself, Mr. Chairman, and all the senators that support this innovative legislation. I also want to thank our major partners, Tropical Shipping, Ms. Jennifer Nugent-Hill, Director of Governmental and Community Affairs, Mr. Tim Martin, Vice President of Commercial and Trades, and Ms. Nisha O'Bain, General Manager, and also Crowley Marine, Mr. Enrique Figueroa, Director of Operations and Labor Relations, and Ms. Kishma Vincent, Director of Operations. Additionally, I would like to recognize our governing board who supports this bill and the hardworking employees of the Virgin Islands Port Authority. This concludes my testimony and will be available for any questions that the committee might have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Director Dow. Before I go to a round of questioning, can you please let me know what is the present acreage of the storage site that we now have of the port?
The current?
The acreage of the present facility that we're utilizing.
That we're utilizing about 5 acres in St. Thomas, roughly about 5 acres. I could get the exact acreage for you, but I know it's approximately around 5 acres.
That is it, 5 acres?
Roughly 5 acres between where Tropical and Crowley now operates and the bulkhead at Sandfield.
Okay, that is literally tiny. That's a very, very small spot. So this would allow you to increase the acreage by more than 2 times, like 2.4.
Correct. This would enable us, that's close to almost 50% we would be able to grow that area by, yeah.
No more. It's 13 acres. So this present location is more than 2 times what you presently have.
No, this location that we discussing, I don't believe it's 13 acres, Mr. Attorney I have Attorney Fraser on the line. He probably know the acreage better than I
Right.
do.
It's 13.74 acres. So it will be like at least 2.5 times what you presently have added on. I just wanted to put that in context to the port that we recently visited, the Port of Palm Beach, which is 165 acres. And they told us that they're one of the smaller ports in South Florida. The Port of Miami and those other ports are even way larger. So to have flexibility with 5 acres is really a challenge. So Senators, let's go to a 5-minute round, and we'll begin with Senator Blyden in St. Thomas.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the viewing and listening audiences, Central staff. Good morning to all the testifiers, and thank you so much for those testimonies. First, I want to thank the bill sponsor, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Madam President, for bringing this bill forward. As you stated, timing is everything. And when opportunity knocks, you must take advantage of it. And I believe the statement that Commissioner Thomas made in his testimony that Mr. Richards spoke to, which was the Department of Property and Procurement, is of the opinion that parcel number 1 Crombie Field strategically located and it's the most valuable undeveloped property currently in the government's real property portfolio. That's a profound statement. And as Director Dow stated, with all of the stakeholders working together, the government agencies, the private companies that assisted with the $5 million, Crowley and Tropical, I think that says a lot in terms of their stance, the opportunity that they know is available, and them basically being a part of the community, and I want to thank them publicly for that. I believe that when it comes to this bill and the opportunity that presents itself, that trip that we took to Florida, in particular Palm Beach, and we saw the operation, and it really, seeing is believing, and it really showed me of the possibilities and the opportunity that's before us. And we are moving in the right direction at this time, especially with the transshipment port in St. Croix and the transshipment hub here in the St. Thomas St. John district. It was an excellent idea for the sponsor to actually have a percentage of the funds go toward school maintenance. That's the main purpose of the bill. And the amendment that Director Dow spoke to, it makes sense to me, and it is fair, and I'm sure the sponsor, she said she's going to bring the amendment. It makes sense. Director Dow, let me ask you quickly before my time is up to basically expound on First of all, you spoke to the capacity issue that we are facing right now here in this district in terms of the acreage, and you also spoke to the shippers endorsing a bill, and they explain the importance of integration to their operation. And also, can you speak to our strategic location when it comes to supporting a wider Caribbean, and what this bill will mean in terms of the development and expansion of that area?
2 minutes.
To Senator Blyden. Currently, the port as it is now in St. Thomas, on a weekly basis, daily basis rather, we transship cargo to other Caribbean islands, your St. Martin, your St. Kitts, the Eastern Caribbean. This would allow us to expand that base. But more than that, it would be able to cut down on the time it takes to try to transship and the amount of goods that we could keep here before transshipping them on. This, right now, if you pass by there, you'd see sometimes 4 stories high in containers. That's not the safest way for them to operate. Would be able to kind of manage that in a better way than we're doing currently, or that the shippers are doing. Make no mistake, though, your Crowleys and tropical folks, they have been so supportive. And so the Senate President, in some of the discussions she have had, we know that they are all in and they are prepared to not just talk about it, but put quite a bit of revenues into the entire development. This is a win-win for the entire territory.
And in addition to that, Director Dow, you also spoke to the decrease since the COVID pandemic and when the cruise ships stopped sailing. And you said the number of ships coming into the St. Thomas, St. John district, the volume of cargo was also dropped. Once those numbers pick back up and this facility have been completed, will that number increase, and by what percentage will you say we can see an increase in those numbers overall?
Well, right now, with us being able to kind of live based on how the government have kind of managed the crisis, we never closed our ports. So as a result, cruise ship today, as a matter of fact, the Allura is in town right now in St. Thomas. So what means that cargo containers follow those vessels. So we're starting to see the numbers going right back up. Not where they were, but we're getting up there only because as the cruise ships move, you'll see about 25% more cargo coming into the territory so that they could do the provisioning for them. But we expect that once we're able to get this property, we really could expand in a bigger footprint that would be able to transship much more cargo to the Caribbean. And in St. Croix case, based on all the information we have seen and senators have seen, that once we do those kind of development, the Western Caribbean is where St. Croix target would be.
Time.
And lastly, Mr. Chair, you spoke to safety of the port, and you spoke to some 200,000 plus you gave to property and procurement on an annual basis. What would that number look like in respect to the new facility once it's completed? And in terms of safety, what would that look like also with the expansion? And thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
I'm smiling a little because I anticipated that somebody would want to know that. But we based on what we're doing now, and I just want to be frank, right now we would have to do some reappraisal of the properties first off. But we are very, very low in what we're charging currently. We just wanted to get it off the ground. I believe that they will be seen in excess of about, probably in excess of 700,000 being consolidated or more annually. So it's real money. I mean, it'll be a significant amount of money based on what we're doing. We know that within a year and change, we at a minimum, we already paid property and procurement over $225,000. So as we develop more of that, we expect that to be very, very significant money in excess of $700,000 by the time we do the splits and so forth. But I want people to bear in mind that we still have facilities to continuously maintain and dredging to do in the future to accommodate the larger cargo vessels that wants to come in, bringing more goods to be transshipped.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden. Commissioner Benjamin, Barry Benjamin, have you ever received any monies in the education maintenance fund from that car rental surcharge?
No, sorry, Senator. No, Senator, not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. You know, I submitted the bill to have Cancrane School and put 50% of that monies toward Department of Education. And I believe I had a preemption issue. But this is one instance I don't mind because of the bigger vision. So I'd like to say to the sponsor of the bill, thank you. And I too have signed on to it to make this a reality. I went to Wayne Aspinall Junior High School, which is now Cancrine, and the area has been basically how it has been for years. And I think with the impact of what we're trying to do, this is the time to do it, and I stand in full support. Now, Director Dow, in regards to the development of the entire area, you know, you just don't want it to look industrial, you know, the containers pile up and then we take out the school and we add more containers and just make it. Do you have any type of ideas in terms of moving forward to get ahead of the time frames of the bill in terms of how more or less aesthetically could look to make it more inviting to people coming into the territory from the airport and have to drive by the area from the seaport and have to drive by the area? Any ideas in terms of that?
Yes, one of the things that we expect to do is have the walls that would build the perimeter walls will have to be decorative. I care about how our home looks. This is home and we don't want to engage in nothing that would not be pleasing to the eye. So we would work with our partners and make sure that as you drive by there, as you traverse the area, as much as we can, you wouldn't even see too much of the containers, but you would be seeing some nice facade that really looks pleasing to the people of the territory.
Okay, that's good news to hear. And also for the warehouse for the Department of Education, would that also be to have a separate access away from the, not away, but where the Department of Education won't have any issue with accessing the warehouse and not have to infringe on the port's operation? All of that will be taken into consideration.
That's an excellent question, Senator, because it still will be a secured facility, which means you can't just enter tropical no Crowley area. And even for the safety of for everybody, they would have a separate entrance and egress, simply because one of the components, and when we talked to the sponsors, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, as we got into some of the weeds, what we expect to do is they'll have their own loading dock. They'll be able to have access from the Sandfield area to the warehouses. We want to cut down on a lot of traffic moving back and forth. They'll be able to access those warehouses directly coming from the Sandfield area and with their own loading dock, separating them from the actual Crowley and tropical. And we have priority Roro as well. But all the shipping activities will be able to separate them, yes.
Okay, and that's good to hear. And normally, Madam President, don't give in so easy. So for you to get her to give in and make the amendment so easy, I would like to hear what the conversation was. But I understand what the concept of. One thing I have in regards to property procurement and Port Authority is, how come this wasn't looked to be taking place earlier? I mean, you have to get to this point where we're doing it by legislation versus doing the leasing process or whatever from before. What was the issue there?
Good morning, Senator. I believe in the commissioner's testimony, it did state that property and procurement was embracing a plan that was similar, but nonetheless, we support this endeavor. Thank you.
Director Dow, I don't look at you freezing up. Any feedback on that?
No, I'll just. I think we hear no, and that's where I want to focus on. But okay. We've been in consultation, and we've been talking to the senator. Good thing the former senator was the CFO here, so she knows, the landscape pretty well. But we've been in consultation. We hear no, and it's a good place to be.
Okay, and like I say, I stand in support. I'll sign on. I could see the bigger picture myself. And again, kudos to the sponsor of the bill. And now you have a new co-sponsor with you also. I ask my colleagues also for their support for the bill, and we move this forward and make it happen. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Graff. Good to see that you signed on to this. Didn't see you sign on to some other stuff on my good island, but I'm going to sign on. I've already signed on as a sponsor for this particular measure. I will remember what the project was. I'm trying to remember. I think it was last week. Oh, yes. It was a Catalyst Fund, which is sister to this. We're expanding St. Thomas. The Catalyst Fund is to bring in manufacturers to the Virgin Islands. We had two no vote from my sister island. Point of inquiry, Senator De Graaf.
Goodness. Boy, you're thinking like me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the way I side with the Catalyst Fund, and I see it up to this day, is we give tax exemptions for entities to come to the territory, big exemptions that we give up. We in the Virgin Islands, our fee, we're never good enough, so we give it up. Then we turn around and give a Catalyst Fund to put millions of dollars in to bring in more people for those same people. That's how I cite, and that's how I see. So there's no issue with the bill. It passed, but that's the way I see it, and it just be true to what I believe the people, who I represent, see. So thank you for that, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Yeah, but it is a loan. The monies will be paid back to $5 million. We ain't giving them any. But I say that to say that overall, the Virgin Islands must diversify and develop. And we have to look at all of the various projects that are coming up on all the islands and make determination as to how we're going to move forward. And when it comes to tax break, and I think it's a good time now, we have to realize that the entire world offering tax break. So we're not just here and people want to come to the Virgin Islands. This is a competitive market. Puerto Rico is one of our biggest competitors. The Dominican Republic, you don't want to see the ports that the Dominican Republic have been able to develop and are transshipping goods throughout the Caribbean and throughout the continental U.S. So we got to remain competitive, and this is a good way for us to remain competitive. Senator Carrion.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, and good morning, greetings to the people of the territory. Good morning also to the testifiers. I believe that this is a good bill. We've been talking about diversifying and expanding our economy, and I think this is a good way to start doing it. So I also want to join my colleagues in commending the sponsor of the bill, President Donna Fred Gregory, with this bill that seeks to just transfer ownership of Crown Bay, of the school, where the school is located, to Virgin Islands Port Authority. Now, I have a few questions for Director Dow. Your testimony was good, by the way, but I do have a few questions. What are your projections with the property? I know that you mentioned about the increase in the capacity to 50%. How does that translate into dollars?
Fine. First of all, the Port Authority get paid dockage fees, cargo fees from all the companies that operate at our facility. That's one. Secondly, the lease agreement, we have rental agreement and operational agreements. So that too would grow. Currently, we see about the Port Authority from our cargo operation, we do about $15 million in our marine segment, composed of various things. When cruise ship is up and running, we go as high as about $30 million. So we expect that we could see at least maybe, we should see an increase probably about 20, maybe 25 to 30% more from a financial standpoint when this whole thing rolls out. But like I said, current our marine operation, cargo alone, the cargo marine side of things do about 15 to $18 million annually.
Okay, thank you for sharing that information. And I just wanted the viewing and listening audience to have an idea of what this means in dollars. It's not just transferring a property over to Port Authority, but what it would mean financially for our economy. And now, with regards to jobs, in terms of jobs, what does this mean for the Virgin Islands? And currently, what is it provide in terms of jobs, and what are we looking into creating jobs with this expansion?
During the construction phase, there'll be probably a project of this magnitude to probably over 100 jobs during the construction of this project. But at the same time, permanent jobs, currently, I think Tropical have about 60, 65 employees in St. Thomas alone as we speak. There would Crowley close to that, probably slightly under. All those things would have to increase. And I'm glad you asked that, because senators who was present with the discussion knows that one of the things that we also must do is prepare our young people to be not just the tractor driver, but the crane operators, because there's a large component to this thing, which is the operation of the equipment. So we expect to see these agencies will definitely have to increase, and those are private, decent private sector paying jobs.
2 minutes.
Great, and I'm glad you elaborated on that, because that speaks about more jobs for a territory, which then in changes turns into more revenue for the territory. Now, I know you mentioned some hesitation with the section of the bill that speaks to the time frame in which the warehouse for Department of Education should be built, and you provided some suggestions which are not included in your testimony, by the way. I would like if you could submit to the chair your updated copy of the testimony, and I think you said 36 months. And some of your reservation was because it seemed a bit unrealistic. Now, what are you anticipating the development and the capital costs will be? You mentioned in your testimony, but I don't see any figures. Do you have some number in mind? I'm just kind of curious about that.
Well, some of this is going to be negotiable. Being frank with you guys, some of this is going to be in the weeds of our negotiation with our Crowley and Tropical and other partners. But this we're looking at a project probably in excess of about $25 million. It's going to be a huge development undertaking. But the reason why I think you said that you didn't see the section in which I spoke to, I believe that the senator have in there, which had to do, if I'm hearing you clearly, it had to do with the amount of money that you said would be set aside for the education fund. I didn't get you clearly. It was kind of coming and broken.
The time frame in order to build the warehouse, you recommended 36 months instead of the 18 months.
Correct. And because a bulk of that have to do with the permitting process. That's going to be considered in the CZM arena. That alone is about, to say the least, that alone is like a 6-month process, to be quite frank with you. But that's why I also indicate if we can get a quick turnaround and the cooperation of other entities, we don't control the way the CZM board is going to meet the DPNR, the permitting process, and these kind of things. So I expect, because we met with the governor on this project, and they are pledging their full support. And support means that DPNR and these institutions can fast track some of these things for us, not circumventing no law, but don't having them sit for any period of time. That's our biggest concern.
And since my time is...
Sorry, I'm sorry.
No, I was saying thank you for clarifying that. And since my time has just been called, I really would like you to elaborate a little bit more in regards to the project on St. Croix. You said you submitted an application already for the 2021 RISE grant and the 2021 Port Infrastructure Development grant. What's the process and time frame? How does that work? So if you could share with that with me. And Mr. Chair, if I may, on your time, if PNP can also, because I'm not sure if we're having a second round, can PNP also share with us what measures, because according to their testimony, they spoke about some measures that they have initiated, what measures the department has initiated to revigorate the neighboring sub-base area that they spoke about. And thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Director Dow?
Yeah, I think I see Anis is on the line. Anis, you want to respond to that, please? Ms. Hodge, as the Deputy Executive Director.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. My name is Anis Hodge. I'm a Deputy Executive Director at the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Senator Carrion, the process began with us submitting our applications in July for both of those grants. They were due in July. We are now going through the process. It is a competitive process to the Department of Transportation. It takes up until October, November for us to hear back whether or not we are awarded any funding. So it's a long process. In between, we try to make contact with our stakeholders as well as other legislators stateside, the Senate, the Congress, to try and meet with individuals to help garner support for those applications. So it's a relatively long process, and it takes some lobbying as well as providing stakeholder letters of support as well in order to move those applications along. But the final awards are not going to be announced until October, November of this year.
You're good with the answer, Senator? Yeah, thank you so much. Senator James, you're recognized. Senator Kenneth Gittins, thank you for coming.
Good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I rise in support of Bill number 34-0078. It basically speaks to a funding source to pay certain sums to the Education Maintenance Fund. But I have an issue, and it's not with the bill. I will support the bill. But in the Virgin Islands Code, the Education Maintenance Fund is basically used to fix our schools. And as you know it, within this territory, we have a lot of schools that are basically not functioning as they should be, and it's sitting currently within the Department of Property and Procurement dormant. And my question is going to lead to the Department of Education regarding the Education Maintenance Fund. What I want to know is, by the end of this hearing, if somebody could go and get the numbers of how much the Department of Finance dispersed to the Commissioner of Education for the construction, maintenance, and for the rehabilitation of all Virgin Islands public schools thus far for FY 2021. Reason why Title 20, Section 425 speaks to fees collected from the motor vehicle surcharge and the money supposed to go to the Education Maintenance Fund. So I understand that this bill is adding on to what's already in place, but I need Department of Education to get that information, because here we are getting a new funding source, but based on Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Section 24, it speaks to school management accountability, and it says the Board of Education shall, in consultation with the Department of Education, conduct a thorough annual assessment and evaluation of all public school facilities, school guidance division, and school administration in the territory. And it goes on to say, the Board of Education, in consultation with the Commissioner of Education, shall make recommendations to the legislature and the governor through an annual report of its findings and recommendations based on inspections conducted under the provisions of this section no later than June 15, after the close of the school academic year. The report shall include findings of guidance and weakness and strengths within the school, and the list goes on. And I can guarantee you none of this is happening. This is my second term. This is my third year. And we haven't seen a report that should be submitted as of June 15 with the Board of Education in collaboration with the Department of Education speaking on our status of our schools. So here we are providing another funding source where the Department of Education has no excuse whatsoever when it comes to maintaining our schools. And we, as the first branch of government, are not receiving these reports.
2
Which leads
minutes.
to my first question that I asked. How much did the Department of Finance disperse to the Commissioner of Education for the construction, maintenance, and rehabilitation of our schools based on what we received from the motor vehicle surcharge? Can somebody get that information today? Is it possible? Department of Education?
Senator, we have not received any disbursements from the Department of Finance.
And why is that? Because based on the Virgin Islands Code, you're supposed to make the first step. The Commissioner of Education...
Senator, they have already...
Go ahead.
Senator, I've already reached out to the Commissioner of Finance, and I will get you information on that. I'm waiting for the Commissioner to respond to me, Senator.
And is there a report that you have readily available that you should submit based on Title 17, Virgin Islands Code 24, in collaboration with the Board of Education and the status of our schools? Yes or no?
What report specifically are you referring to, Senator?
Go and read Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Section 24. And then when you get a next chance, read Title 20, Section 425. This is to help you fix the schools.
Good morning.
Senator, yes, you may. I was only asking the specific name of the report if you were referring to a specific
It's called
name,
the School
Senator.
Management
Go ahead,
Accountability.
Attorney Hudson.
One at a time, Senator and Commissioner. Commissioner, we're not seeing you when you're speaking.
The Virgin Islands Code is a law.
I'm here.
Get familiar with the law. I'm not going. Let's leave that alone. If you need information, it's there in the Virgin Islands Code. I support the bill. I support the bill. This is just another funding source in addition to the funding source that's already there. The motor vehicle surcharge. There's a fee charge for every rental car in the Virgin Islands that's supposed to be deposited in the Education Maintenance Fund to help enforce Title 17 Virgin Islands Code Section 24 when it comes to the School Management Accountability Plan. Colleagues, we gotta get serious.
Time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Sir Chair,
Thank
may I
you.
respond to the...
Thank you, Senator. James, attorney, you wanted to put something on the record?
Yes, Sir Chair. I'm getting a lot of feedback. I'm not sure if you all are hearing the same thing. Can you hear me?
We are, but you sounds like you're in a rain shower.
No, that's not coming from my office. I think that's somebody else's mic.
Can everybody else mute their device?
Okay.
No, it's
Is that
okay.
better?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, all. Senator James, just the department is very familiar with Section 24 of Title 17, but it's not in collaboration with the Board of Education. It's the Board of Education in consultation with the Commissioner of Education. They're supposed to come up with standards for their inspection, but it's an inspection from the Board of Education that they are supposed to do. They conduct and all of the things as their oversight body, and then they have the obligation and the responsibility to provide that to the legislature. The department has reached out to the Board of Education, and we have discussed Section 24 so that we could come up with some standards, because we are not aware of any standards that have been created. But this is a responsibility of the board, and the department stands ready to collaborate, to cooperate with them whenever they need us to. But it's a report coming from the Board of Education, not from the department.
State your name for the record, Counsel.
Sure. Alvinson Hudson, Legal Counsel, Department of Education.
Okay, we have 2 points, one by Senator Fred Gregory, and then back to Senator James. Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just so we don't be confused with what's happening here, as it relates to the maintenance fund. When the current surcharge fund was set up, and I believe the Port Authority director may have been the prime sponsor of the legislation, there were certain projects that should have taken place. I think 2 projects in St. Croix and 2 projects in St. Thomas, if I'm not mistaken. Once those projects were completed, then the funding would begin to go into the Education Maintenance Fund. I believe that one of the projects, or 2 of the projects, were not completed, and hence the reason. I have done my research on this because I've been working on my legislation that I brought before the body, and I've made significant changes that I brought in the 33rd around the Maintenance Authority or Maintenance Bureau of the Department of Ed. And that's the reason why there's no funding in it. Because, but we can't hold the Department of Education accountable. I just want to make sure that I'm clear on that. We cannot hold the Department of Education accountable for the fact that there are no funds in there, because those projects that the funds were set aside for were not completed, I believe, in 2 instances or 1 instance. So in speaking to the Department of Public Works, there is funding in there. And there is a book balance, but the book balance is not tied to the maintenance fund, it's tied to those projects. So I do have legislation to address the concerns that you have, Senator, my millennium senator from St. Croix. So it's not, in education's defense, they can't utilize funding that's not appropriated, or not appropriated, but not added or included or inflowing into their to that particular account. So that account is not currently being utilized. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Point of information? Go ahead, Senator.
1, 2. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. And trust me, I know why I asked that question, because I have BR 21-0279. The commissioner should have been able to say exactly what you said. She doesn't know the Virgin Islands Code. And you have to get familiar with the code. And all I'm basically saying, the Board of Education in consultation, so if in consultation, you should be aware. So she should have been aware. When I say she, I stand corrected. The Commissioner of Education should be aware of Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Section 24, that speaks to the Board of Education being in consultation of the Department of Education. And there's no way, shape, or form me trying to point fingers, but colleagues, our schools are in bad condition. I do have legislation to address the motor vehicle surcharge as well. And I'm here to get solutions and not to point fingers. But the commissioner should be aware of the Virgin Islands Code and what is mandated by them working together. And that's all I'm saying here today. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you.
Senator Viala, if I may.
Thank you, Senator James. Commissioner Benjamin, you may.
Yes, thank you so much. I wouldn't even continue to elaborate and expound on the senator's comments. It is clear that he's pointing fingers, but I just want to put on the record that the commissioner, and no commissioner will know every law. I asked specifically what the senator was referring to, and he responded in sarcasm. My attorney understood what he was referring to, and he clarified on behalf of the Department of Education, which is his role. So I just want to make that clear for the listening audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Benjamin. This particular section on a whole, I think both the chair and the president and the millennial senator have said that the millennial senator and the president have said that they're working on revisions for this particular section. This section is totally convoluted. I have read it, this section 425. It was somehow tied to some 4 projects. I would call them 2 major and 2 minor. The Leonardo Nardo Chapman Drive, a culvert on St. Croix, a street next to 241 La Grande Princess, and Estate Fortuna, the Fire Service, Police, and Emergency Medical Services building. Fortuna is the one by high school, or that's a different? Okay. So literally none of these, to my recollection, have been done. And we have to make a determination as to whether or not we need to just revise this entire section, to gut the entire section G, and begin to allow those funds to go to the education maintenance fund, because section G was supposed to be utilized as collateral by the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority. So I think it's time to revisit this section, and we might have really found a funding source for the Department of Education Maintenance Department. Somehow I think this section looked like a section that was probably written by somebody we're speaking to now, I would think. But I would go on to it just reads like the person that I know very well, and I commend him for that. Senator Saru, you recognize.
Great.
Thank you. We really can't got that section yet because I'm a resident of the West End, and we're hanging on by a little thread with some services out there. So, Director Dow, please lobby the finance chair so we could keep our fire station. It was well intended. I don't really have much objections to today's legislation. We have to go back in time in history in 1917. Of course, we know under Secretary of State William Seward, at the time, Abraham Lincoln was interested in the islands during the Civil War. And then he couldn't finish the purchase with Denmark at the time because he was engulfed in preserving the Union. And then, of course, came the Emancipation Proclamation and Reconstruction of the South. So 1917 comes and the German U-boats are ever so present in the Atlantic Ocean and posing a threat to the Allied powers. And the islands became a strategic point for America. So we were really bought as an installation to protect the Panama Canal. And from that thought process, of course, the free trade zone was established and the bill was written because when you look at the Panama Canal, directly across on the Panama Canal is the south shore of St. Croix. So the Good America, Bad America, they saw use in the islands through its ports and its deep water harbors. So what we're doing today is actually destiny. It took us a while. I attended Conquering School, and we know it's not the right location. We know when we have a fire drill, the Sandfield had big trucks of fuel in the back. To the right by One Stop, by the bridge, there's a gas station. Across the street, Gottlieb was a gas station. And it was a really difficult place to maneuver in the event of an emergency. So I just gave some history to point out that this is not a far-fetched idea, and our ports and our shoreline can be used for economic development that is eco-friendly. Because in a natural disaster, there always will be an exchange of goods. It's not a fickle industry like tourism that can be disrupted at any time. After a storm, the first thing that you open are your ports. So I am in support of the legislation. And if you look historically, Shenzhen, Shanghai, these were all inlets that were just underdeveloped. And now today, when you look at them with their transshipment ports, the economy has grown tremendously.
2
Question
minutes.
for Executive Director Dow, and I would say probably Commissioner Benjamin, your input. Whenever this legislation becomes law, are we asking VIDE to vacate the premises of Conquering immediately?
Well, it's we expect to work with the folks. I know that currently they have I think the maintenance section and some other section down there, but we'll work with them. We'll work around it. We'll communicate with education. No, we're all in this together, so it's not going to be any hostility. We'll walk through it and try to make sure that whatever movement takes place, it would be done in a reasonable and practical fashion.
Okay, Commissioner Barry Benjamin, any comments on that?
Yes, Senator, very good question. And our thoughts were around the fact of compartmentalizing the work and, of course, in stages, because we can't interrupt the goods and the housing of our goods and services for the entire department, as well as our property division. So that's good news from Senator Dow, and I know we have a lot of work and discussions thereafter to make sure that this is done smoothly.
Okay, going back to Executive Director Dow, do you have a plan B in mind? Because I know that if the funding isn't provided by FEMA, and you know FEMA moves at a horse and buggy pace, education is going to be stuck on the premises for a little bit. So you have like a plan B, an area that you are willing to carve out and have their property area be used? I think you said yes in a nutshell, right?
Yeah, well, we work with them, but the fact of the matter is the government have a lot of property. They have all kind of schools still abandoned that's not being used. We need to look closely at other schools that we might be able to utilize. But I just want to make something clear. We will not be trying to say hey, you got to move tomorrow. We will be working, in coordination with them to make sure it happens. But there again, we're not going to be doing this independently. We're going to be doing this with other partners that would come in and share with the redevelopment of that area. But we will always work with them.
Okay, thank you for the time, Mr. Chen. I'll vote on the amendment and the bill in the affirmative at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Senator Saru. Senator Gittins?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all. Thank you, testifiers, for your testimony today. And I certainly concur with the Virgin Islands Port Authority's testimony that the Virgin Islands is a prime location. And Madam President, that's why I say we have to get up and get out and have a seat at the table so that we can be part of this movement. I'm here today in full support of this measure, and I must say kudos again to the chief sponsor of the bill, Senate President Fred Gregory. Especially when it comes to measures such as these, I look at the grander vision and support measures that will benefit us all as Virgin Islanders. Those of us from the St. Croix district should support this particular measure because though the property is located in the St. Thomas district, it will certainly benefit St. Croix, therefore the entire Virgin Islands economy as a whole. This will also provide a long-term continuity for emergencies if one port is impacted. So while we're looking at the infrastructure on the south side of St. Croix to also bring about full life to our free trade zone in the St. Croix district, again, if we're hit by a natural disaster, God forbid, and one district is impacted, we will still have the other port to be able to fall back on. We're looking at building a world-class port facilities for expansion and transshipment here in the territory. This enhances our economic growth and create faith in the local government efforts to ensure business growth here in the territory. Again, we can't continue to depend solely on tourism in St. Thomas or on refining here on St. Croix. The maritime job opportunities for Virgin Islands students are great, and this is something that we need to capitalize on. And looking at the location, it is the best and highest use for this condemned piece of property. Some of us may ask why a school, but again, it was stated what area the school is located in and right next to the water. This isn't like moving Arthur Richards School from where it is. I'm still a bit perturbed about that.
2 minutes.
I think that we should have put more thoughts into that. However, I'm not going to let this be about the St. Croix District School property at this time. Again, the location that we're talking about on St. Thomas is prime, and this is the best use for the condemned property. This is a fitting example of what we've been talking about with the trip that we just came back from Miami with. It's about public-private partnership in this economic development. And if we truly want to succeed, then we will tighten our ties on public-private partnership. Again, St. Croix is well positioned to gain as both Crowley and Tropical Shipping Companies are working with the Virgin Islands Port Authority on the repairs to the St. Croix transshipment facilities. Mr. Chair and colleagues and the viewing and listening audience, I'm here today specifically to champion this measure, and I have also signed on to the measure as a primary sponsor. Those of us that were in Miami, Florida at this economic development meeting the other day understands the importance of moving this forward as a territory, and we've gained some support as well from those who might have been a little leery on utilizing this property just because it was a school property, not that it wasn't a good idea, but because it's a school property. And of course, my only thing I would ask of the Commissioner of Education, and I may have missed it in your testimony as I was coming here this morning, what would be the new location of did you testify today, rather, as to what will be the new location for the Adelita Cancrine Junior High School? At this time, I will say thank you again to all of you for your testimony, and I will be supporting this measure wholeheartedly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Commissioner?
Hi, thank you for the question. No, Senator, today I did not testify on where the Adelita Cancrine Junior High School is going to be. However, it will be a part of the corridor between the Lockhart Elementary School, Adelita Cancrine current location, Lockhart Primary School as it is, and the CAHS High School. That entire strip is where we're developing a corridor for those pre-K through 12th grade students, Senator.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Senator Gittins, go ahead, conclude.
I was just saying thank you for the response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
This is not the time to have that type of the discussion, but that seems like a lot of congestion in that particular area. Talking over easily, high school alone is over 1,000 students, and then the elementary and Cancrine has always been the largest junior high school in St. Thomas, way larger than Vertebra Shelter. So I'm interested to see how we're going to work those numbers in that particular area, but this is not the time for that particular conversation. Senator Fred Gergie, the bill sponsor, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, colleagues, I want to thank you for...
Senator Gergie, can I hold you 1 second and just take a 1 minute recess, and then I'll let you continue. Committee stands in recess for 1 minute. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Senator Fred Gregory, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I heard us talking about grants and all these different things, but I think we have a unique opportunity to utilize the Jobs Act and the Rescue Plan funds to really begin to address some of our economic development here in the Virgin Islands. And, you know, while we can apply for these grants, and I think we should, I don't think that we should let the applications of our grants, of these grants, stand in the way of us moving forward, because, I mean, these funds do have guardrails, but it's my fervent hope that we would be able to utilize these Job Act funds. Everybody's excited about Biden moving the Job Act. I mean, the Congress and the Senate moving the Job Act. And of course, we have the Rescue Plan Fund. So it's my hope that we are able to utilize some of those funds to move through capital infrastructure development here in the Virgin Islands. And this project is definitely, this project as well as the South Shore project is a definite good use of those funds to improve economic development here in the Virgin Islands. So let me ask you, Mr. Dow, when you let the leases for, because you have the operational agreements, does the operational agreements include business income?
Yes.
Okay, good. So we would benefit from dockage, cargo fees, operational agreements, and the leases, correct?
Correct.
Is there wharfage and tonnage included in that as well?
Yeah,
So
the wharfage, yeah.
So we should see increased wharfage as well?
Correct.
Okay, good. My calculation says to me that we are going to see, and this is on the low end, some $5.5 million more going into the coffers direct to VIPA as a result of this legislation if we are able to get this moving and get the necessary infrastructure developed. Let me ask you about the responsibility of the companies, the Crowleys, the Tropical Shipping and all of those other smaller type companies. What is their responsibility to building out on this property if this legislation was to be moved today?
Well, if this legislation is successful today, we will be in communication. We've been talking with them. We've been in some, primarily just discussions with them. But they would be coming as full partners. They expect to be part of any bailout for the warehouses and all this kind of stuff. That's what we've been discussing with them. But the weeds of how it's going to be done and what, for example, we'll have to deal with how the rent is going to be, what long-term agreements they're going to want to have. So those would be items we'll negotiate. But long story short, they have agreed that they would participate in some of the construction most of the construction that must be had. The design and so forth, they'll have direct input. And that's the kind of discussion we've been having with them.
Okay, so I'm hoping that we could get some agreements where they could bear a significant amount of this cost. Now, I think the request of the Department of Education, I think they're asking for another 10,000 square feet to be added onto the warehousing that's included in the legislation. Do you have any objections to that?
Well, I would, to me, I wouldn't say that I have an objection. The problem is that's foreign to me, it's new to me, and we would have to kind of look at it. But, I mean,
it's under acre.
Just cut it in half. I'll agree to cut it in half. Instead of adding 10,000 more to 5,000. Because we're just hearing this today.
So I know, but we can't make that type of agreement because just based on my experience, if they're going to fully function and they're asking for 10 acres, then 10,000 additional square footage. We really need to look at that. I think that's a small piece that they're biting out is less than the total amount is 35,000 square feet, and an acre is about 43,560 square feet. So it's under an acre that they're asking for to utilize for their warehousing, for their dry goods, for their cold storage, as well as all of the supplies, et cetera, that come into the territory, come into the St. Thomas St. John district to support our schools in particular. So that's something. Sorry about that.
Go ahead and
My time
conclude.
has been called, but let me wrap up, Mr. Chair. So I think that's something that we really could work on. We do have it in our amendment. If we can't come to an agreement by the time it gets to rules, then we're going to have to make the adjustment. But I really think that it's a small ask. And I also want to add before I close that the expectation is that I'm going to be writing a letter to the all concerned, the Tropical Shippings and the Crowleys of the world who are interested in, laying down additional business to really participate in the build-out of this facility. That's what you truly call public-private partnership. I don't think that the government should bear any of the costs to support this build-out of a warehouse for our schools. So I think it's a small ask, and we're going to push to ensure that that occurs. I don't really have any questions other than to ask my colleagues to support this. I've, kind of went through all of the questions and all of the scenarios around this before. So I think Mr. Dow wants to make a statement. You have something you wanted to say?
Yeah. Well, again, we don't need to be back and forth on an issue, Senator. I could support that the 10,000. The problem is, and this is how I always operate, even as a senator, I like us to communicate. And prior to now in this meeting, we should have known that there's this expectation. And so, we talk all the time, Commissioner of Education or property, any one of them could have picked up, hey, Dow, we have a concern, here's our concern. And we'll walk through these things. It's not, I would not want to challenge nor go contrary to any governmental official in this forum. That was never my style. I don't like it. But I wouldn't object to the 10,000. I ain't gonna break the bank. At the same time, so I wouldn't want us to hold up waiting an amendment. We could do this now. We could do this now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. I'm going to allow the testifiers to put a closing statement on the record, short and concise, and then we'll go to move an amendment and voting on the bill. Let's start with the same order. Commissioner Berry.
Yes, thank you so much for the opportunity to present on behalf of the VI Department of Education. This is an important measure, as I indicated in my testimony. The prosperity of the Virgin Islands on a whole equates and contributes to the success of our children of the Virgin Islands. Senator Dow, Executive Director Dow, I look forward to further discussions around this so that we can collaborate and ensure that both parties are benefiting, and of course that the progress and operation around this transition is smooth so that the operations of the VIDE is not interrupted. I look forward to this work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Richards.
Thank you, Senator. DPP appreciates the opportunity to come and give testimony today. We look forward to continue supporting this endeavor. I'd like to respond to, I believe, Senator Viola, you asked for the acreage of the property was 12 acres. It's the entire size of the parcel in being discussed. And then what's his name, Senator Carrion had asked in terms of what we're doing down in the sub-base area. Basically we're cataloging what the government owns, collecting what the government owns, collecting what the government is owed. We're cleaning up the properties. We're marketing the properties through our website and through requests for proposals. And we're expecting equitable return on the properties in the sub-base area. Other than that, thank you very much, and we look forward to continue working with everyone. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you so much. You said the acreage is 12 acres? It's 12 or 13.74?
I'm looking at a map now, Senator, and I see 12.04 acres.
Okay, okay, thank you so
And
much.
these things I always say plus or minus, so,
Okay, not a problem.
okay?
Director Dow?
Thank you. And just since we're on the acreage, let me just say for the record, because you asked earlier, Crowley occupies right now 5.6 acres and Tropical 4.7 acres. It to include the warehouses currently in St. Thomas. But I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your excellent leadership in this arena. The hearing that was held today, I think was very informative and based on the question was very probing. So I really thank you for giving us the opportunity. But at the same time, I also want to thank the sponsor of this legislation who the kind of vision that she shared in crafting this legislation would go far. This is a far-reaching piece of legislation for the territory. And as I wrap up, I want to say to the public, the senators as well, the recent discussions that Senator Gittins led the delegation with, we should show all of us that coming together, growing our infrastructure so that we could do this transshipment thing is huge. And lastly, the Port Authority, we don't stop here. We have the Container Port Project, hopefully in the future. But right now, by this year, in this year, we expect to turn over one of the largest warehouses in St. Croix, brand new at the container port. So that the Crowleys and Tropical of the world and anybody else would have be able to utilize. As well as this year, the end of this year, we will also turn over the Garden Finch Molasses Spare Project to this community, which is warehouses that would move the shipping operation from Gallows Bay. And of course, I can't help but telling you this year too, we will turn over the departure lounge, a $9 million project for a new departure area at the airport. So I thank each and every one of you for the continuous support. I thank the administration for their support because none of us could do these things individually, but collectively, we can do plenty. Thanks. Have a good day.
Thank you so much. I think we have one last question for Ms. Richard, Senator Sarro.
And a point of inquiry and information.
Please
Thank
recognize
you.
Senator Sarro, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Dow, going back to DC Richards, he said 12-point-something acres. The testimony has 3.74 acres. Is the discrepancy the cricket field? The field? Let me not say cricket. It's really a field, just a field. Does the transfer include the field?
The transfer, what we discussing?
Yes.
Sorry. If the transfer of the property include the field?
Yes.
Yeah, that's correct. That's part of the property, yes.
We don't have no place to play sports. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
I'm Red Hook.
Point of info,
No,
point of inquiry.
Senator James, point of inquiry. You want to go last?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick point of inquiry that I have for the Department of Education. Based on the assessment and the reports that have been done throughout the years, how much would you say it costs to truly maintain our schools territorial wide? Do you have like a dollar figure based on all these assessments and reports that were done in the past?
Good day, Senator. The Department of Education have reported for a number of years now the recommendation of $20 million based on the assessments that was and the recommendation to the Department of Education to maintain on an annual basis.
Thank you. So at a later time, I will be reaching out to you regarding BR 21-0279, which speaks to some additional funds to the Education and Maintenance Fund. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Giddens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a point of information and a point of inquiry. My point of information is that the U.S. Senate has just approved the $3.5 trillion budget resolution, which is key for major economic packages, and this will include us as a territory to rebuild our infrastructures. My point of inquiry to the Education Commissioner, again, is to ask, is there any opportunity whatsoever for the department to rethink its decision to not only close the Arthur Richards Junior High School, but to move it to another location, being that the reasons given is that it's in a flood zone. And I know for sure, because I have property in that area, that area is no longer considered a flood zone. So I'm asking, is there any opportunity whatsoever to rethink the decision? Because I think that we're moving schools from our neighborhoods, and this is not a good picture.
Thank you for the question, Senator. With every new day presents a new opportunity, but I think you would agree and know that I cannot respond in confidence or confirm right here in this setting, but there's always room for conversation, and we can share with you the facts from the Department of Education, and I'll be happy to engage you in conversation off the record, Senator.
Okay, I respectfully must say I don't understand your response, being that the public has right to be aware as to whether or not there's any opportunity whatsoever to rethink this. That's all I was asking. I wasn't asking about a decision
my response
per
was
se.
yes. There's always an opportunity and a possibility to rethink, yes, but it's definitely not confirming anything here on this setting. It's not the appropriate setting to confirm, but to rethink and have a discussion. Of course, every new day presents a new opportunity.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll have the discussion, but apparently you didn't quite understand what I'm asking. But we'll have the conversation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, these things are never easy. And, you know, I think my colleague from St. Thomas asked a good question. It's a legitimate question because, of course, we know that the cricketers in the St. Thomas St. John district utilized that Cancrane field for as long as I could remember. But I want to remind us that a few months ago, we moved legislation for a site assessment plan to move to move soccer, cricket, baseball, and the multi-purpose sports arena in the Red Hook area. We moved, I think it was $60,000 or $50,000 for the site plan assessment. So we have a plan. So I just wish to remind my colleagues that there is a plan that we've put in place to address that, that issue. So the Department of Property and Procurement, and that's my inquiry, has been working with the sports parks and recreation, and that's why we ask the type of questions we ask, because things seem to move like snail mail around here. The Department of Property and Procurement, they were working with the Housing, Parks, and Recreation Department to address this whole issue around the cricketers and granting a lease so we could move forward with the move in the the Red Hook area. Now, I need to ask Property and Procurement, what is the status of the site assessment plan? Because that should have gone through the system. The process, that should have been contracted by now, because we're out of time. The multipurpose center, we're waiting to put in an application with FEMA so we could get that center going and begin to fund it so we can move forward. But again, we have to move. Our problem is we don't move. So what's the status of that contract?
Senator, in consultation and working with Commissioner White, we've identified, we've got two proposals already for the site assessment and the site plan development. We're seeking a third, which we expect to have within the next week or two.
Yeah, I speed it up, man. It will take too long to get things done. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. We're going to go ahead and dismiss testifiers, and let's get a vote on this particular bill. Do I hear an amendment? Amendment, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that amendment number 34-287 to bill number 34-0078 is amended in the following instances. On page 2, line 7, insert 48 USC section 1705A after 1974, amend Territorial Submerged Lands Act. B, on page 2, line 13, strike Sandfill and insert fill. C, section 2 is amended as follows. On page 3, line 15, strike net before income, insert former before Cancrane campus, and insert the following language after Cancrane campus. And such payment shall continue in perpetuity unless otherwise provided
Motion, Senator
by
Sarro.
law.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move to waive the reading of the amendment. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Sarro, seconded by Senator James. Hearing no objection to order.
I so move.
Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Senator Fred Gregory.
I move that Bill number 34-0078, as amended, an act to transfer certain real property from the government of the Virgin Islands to the Virgin Islands Port Authority to require the Virgin Islands Port Authority to pay certain sums to the Education Maintenance Fund be favorably approved by this committee and forwarded to the Rules Committee for further consideration and action. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Fred Gregory, seconded by Senator James. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yea.
Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Janelle K. Sarow. Senator Sarow, yay. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Yes.
Senator Vialet, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 7 yays.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0078, an act to transfer certain real property from the government of the Virgin Islands to the Virgin Islands Port Authority to require the Virgin Islands Port Authority to pay certain sums to the Education Maintenance Fund, as amended, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Madam Clerk, read the next item on the agenda, please. Thanks to all the testifiers. You can sign off unless you're you're involved in the next bill.
Bill number 34-0083, an act making an appropriation of $100,000 from the St. Thomas Capital Improvement Fund to the Department of Agriculture for the Humane Society of St. Thomas to be used as matching funds for the construction of an animal clinic, proposed by Senator Janelle K. Sarow. Invited testifiers: Positive T. A. Nelson, Commissioner, Department of Agriculture; Delia Holodensky, President, Humane Society of St. Thomas; and Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to this bill?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Do you recognize Senator Sarro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I come in today in peace, in support of the animals. It's okay. Just to set the tone, first of all, we do have clinics around the territory, and in some cases they're expensive, and we don't even offer animal insurance. So not only a certain segment of society owns animals. Most of us own cats and dogs and turtles and pets and what's not. So one, when you look at the Virgin Islands Code, the Capital Improvement Fund, it's defined in the code. And it also calls for capital improvement projects for an extension or for services that will be used through a duration of time. Hence, services to animals will be used for a duration of time through the Department of Agriculture. Agriculture provided a testimony, and I'm grateful for their testimony. And a few things I wanted to point out, and I will reiterate during my time, is that of course, animals should be changed to a wellness clinic, and we acknowledge that, and thank you for the feedback. But it will provide critical, basic, preventative veterinary care for the low-income population. We're not trying to compete with existing veterinary clinics across the island. It will also assist in emergency situations when necessary. Construction of the clinic there was a question about how will the money be transferred to the Humane Society. We're suggesting a lump sum so they can provide to you the documentation as the time goes by. And I'll continue to discuss more and more of what we think should be done. When you look at 9/11 and the towers crumbled, the first set of people that went in after the towers crumbled were dogs. Dogs were there sniffing, trying to save lives. When the condominiums went down in Miami, the first living organism to search were dogs. We just received some canine dogs from Southland Gaming, thank you, who is to maintain and take care of those canine dogs, preventative care. We do not have an animal clinic that will service just for the basic preventative care to low-income people who could afford it. And right now, Department of Agriculture leans a lot on all of the humane societies across the territory for basic services to the animals. So I'm just asking, what is $100,000? I didn't come and ask for $1 million appropriation. Right now, our humane societies are funded very much by the private sector, donations, and they continue to take care of all of the needs that agriculture has asked for. So at some point, I think that it's imperative for us to at least give a match through agriculture. Agriculture can establish their own memorandum of understanding of how it's going to operate between them and the Humane Society. But we tackle everything else, and I'm just asking for a small favor, a vote in support of the dogs, the cats, and all the animals across the territory. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
We hear you loud and clear. Let me allow the testifiers to put their name on the record. We have two individuals. I'm seeing Budget Director Jennifer O'Neill. You can go ahead and put your name on the record.
Good afternoon. I am Jennifer O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget.
And I'm seeing Ms. Carty.
Good morning. Hannah Carty, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Agriculture.
Okay, and do we have Delia Holodenchi? Ms. Holodenchi?
I don't think the video is working. Can you try to do it?
Click on the camera.
I did. It's not working.
Okay, could you mute your device and continue trying, and we're going to go ahead with the testimony from OMB on agriculture. So OMB testimony is very short, so you may proceed, Mr. O'Neill.
Good day, Chairman Kurt Violet and other members of the Committee on Finance of the 34th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, other senators present, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Jennifer O'Neill, the Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and I appear pursuant to your invitation to testify on Bill number 34-0083, an act making an appropriation of $100,000 from the St. Thomas Capital Improvement Fund to the Department of Agriculture for the Humane Society of St. Thomas to be used as matching funds for the construction of an animal clinic. Pursuant to Title 33 VI Code Section 3057A, the St. Thomas Capital Improvement Fund, all monies from the fund must be expended exclusively for capital improvement projects and road maintenance on the island of St. Thomas. While there is available funding, it is our belief that this purpose of this bill does not meet the established criteria of the use of this source of funds. Additionally, this proposal would establish a precedent that is not sustainable, as the Humane Society is not a part of government, and there is no mechanism in place for the Department of Agriculture to administer funds or oversee the requirements of what this bill proposes. While I am fully aware of the current state of the Humane Society and the need for better facilities, I am unable to support this bill for the reasons mentioned above. Mr. Chair, this concludes my testimony, and I remain available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, you're on camera now. I'm seeing you. So Ms. Carter, you'll go next, and then last we'll have Ms. Holodensky. So Ms. Carter, you're up next.
Good morning and good day, Chairman Cote-Ville, members of the Committee on Finance, and other members of the 34th Legislature, Legislative Central staff, Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture staff, and the people of the Virgin Islands. My name is Hannah V. Carty, Deputy Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture, or VITA, and I'm here to present testimony today on behalf of Commissioner Positive T.A. Nelson. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on Bill number 34-0083, an act which will appropriate $100,000 until expended for the Humane Society of St. Thomas, Inc. for the construction of an animal clinic. The Humane Society of St. Thomas, Inc. and our other animal care partners, St. John Animal Care Center, Inc. and St. Croix Animal Welfare Center, Inc., provide necessary infrastructure support for expertise in animal welfare and in the rescue and care of pet animals in our territory. Just this year, between April 1st and June 30th, the Humane Society took in 175 dogs and 236 cats. This is in addition to 121 dogs and 129 cats that they started with. They were able to transfer or adopt 115 dogs and 111 cats. These numbers duplicated over the course of the year demonstrates the Humane Society's ability to assist thousands of cats and dogs in finding their forever home. Further, this is the work conducted on St. Thomas alone. Our other shelters do much of this heavy lifting, as well as assisting our community with additional animal, pet care, and support in the territory. We recognize the value of the work they do in our community and support additional resources in animal care for the territory. We will, however, require some additional information on this bill before we can fully support the initiative. First, the American Veterinary Medical Association has several classifications for veterinary facilities, none of which include the term animal clinic. We will first need to understand the extent of the facility and the role it will be playing in the community before we can describe the economic benefit it will provide. To clearly understand the role VITA will play, the bill needs definitive constructs so that we can appropriately transfer funding and monitor any associated activity. Secondly, the bill states that the clinic will better offer care to the animals they accommodate. However, will community members be able to bring animals if they need care? While the Humane Society largely depends on donations for their support, offering services to clients through the clinic may strengthen their financial outlook as well, which VITA strongly supports. Thirdly, how will the money be transferred to the Humane Society? Will this be a lump sum payment? Will it be throughout the construction of the project? Can the Humane Society receive more money if there is a demonstrable need for the funds later? Clarification is needed on the triggering mechanism for the Humane Society to receive these funds, and these questions must be answered before moving the bill forward. Finally, opportunities must be made for our other animal care facilities to access excess funds to expand their operation. All of our islands face unique challenges and should each be given the chance to expand and improve operations for the animals they serve. If funding is given to one, it should be provided for all, as there are other animal sheltering concerns that need to be addressed, including the lack of enforcement officers and/or animal wardens, the need for space for bad dogs, space for animals who are pending litigation, and quarantine/isolation units. These are some, but not all, of the animal welfare concerns that have been voiced by our partners and our community members. We additionally cannot come before you and speak about funding without recognizing the challenges VITA has had in getting prior year support payments to our animal services partners. To date, VITA owes a total of $518,324.66 to our three partners. Of this, $80,824.66 goes to the St. John Animal Care Center, $87,500 goes to the Humane Society of St. Thomas, and $350,000 goes to the St. Croix Animal Welfare Center. A supplemental budget request was submitted, and we strongly urge this body to make this money available for release to these partners until expended immediately. Additionally, language must be added to the existing legislation to include until expended so that we can ensure we pay our partners for the significant work and services they provide to our community. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for your continued support of critical infrastructure development here in the Virgin Islands.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, Ms. Oladenshi. You may proceed.
Good day, and my apologies for technical difficulties this morning.
That's okay.
Honorable Chairman Kurt A. Violette, honorable members of the Finance Committee, other honorable members of the 34th Legislature, and all of those in our listening and viewing audience. My name is Tia Holodenshi, President of the Board of Directors of the Humane Society of St. Thomas. On behalf of my 9-member board and the entire organization's membership, staff, and volunteers, I want to sincerely thank you for this opportunity to testify today in support of Bill number 34-0083. The passage of this $100,000 appropriation will indeed be a game changer for our animal welfare in St. Thomas. Humane Society has a long history of proudly serving communities since 1957. Only open admission animal shelter on the island of St. Thomas. The Humane Society provides compassionate, humane care for the approximately 2,000 animals that are surrounded, abandoned, feral animals in need
Let's hold up 1 minute, Miss.
annually.
Holodenshi, 1 minute, you're breaking up.
Starved,
Okay, 1 minute,
disease,
you're breaking up.
severely, or victims of neglect.
Ms. Holodenshi, you're breaking up. We are not hearing you. You are breaking up. We're not hearing your complete testimony.
1 second, please. Can you make-
Okay, let's try it again. Go back one paragraph.
The Humane Society has a long history of proudly serving communities since 1957. Is it better?
Okay, get as close as you can to the device. See if you can get a little closer. Bring the computer a little closer to you.
Okay, how's this?
It seems to be a bit better. Let's try it.
The Humane Society provides compassionate and humane care for the approximately 2,000 surrendered, abandoned, and feral animals in need that pass through stores annually. A significant percentage of these animals are sick, starved, diseased, severely injured, or victims of neglect, require professional veterinary care. The new Corinne Lockhart Education Center and Wellness Clinic will allow for a veterinary services program to provide high-quality, compassionate care for every animal through a holistic and team approach. Our own wellness clinic will allow for on-premises daily care by a full-time specialized shelter medicine veterinarian for our animals, as well as attending to the pets of financially challenged families who simply are not in a position to afford the cost of a private veterinarian for basic preventive care. We have no interest or intention to compete with the small businesses operated today by a private veterinarian, but only to provide humane care to those animals who in too many cases will be denied life-saving services. In fact, local veterinarians have been incredibly supportive of our work. However, they are also limited in their ability to assist since they are engaged in running their own busy practices. To be able to perform mass spay neuter surgeries, we must have a dedicated team concentrating solely on this procedure. As early as 2010, Humane Society partnered with the Lucky Post Foundation along with stateside veterinarians who donated their services. This service to the community was a meaningful initiative. Between 60 and 200 animals were fixed per event, resulting in over 1,500 surgeries. Unfortunately, this effort were discontinued after the devastation of Hurricane Irma and Maria and the loss of our mobile spay neuter van. The new wellness clinic will allow us the commencement of our free high-volume sterilization clinic. It is essential to point out that a wellness clinic on the St. Thomas Humane Society campus will save not only in surgery costs, but in manpower. Being solely dependent on the veterinary community with busy practices makes it incredibly difficult, especially in those cases when the animals, specifically cats, are not socialized and are trapped to be fixed and returned the TNR program back to a caretaker. They must be taken to the veterinarian, returned to the shelter in their cages to recuperate, and then returned to the caretaker. It's a tedious process, is excessive in cost, stressful to the animals. The Humane Society routinely refers all community cats to our partner organization, Lucky Post Foundation, which is also dependent on our local vet practices for spaying and neutering. For a financial reference point, in 2020, Humane Society expended $169,407.47 for outside veterinary services. Although it may be necessary to continue to utilize limited outside services in the future, going forward with the wellness clinic will allow for most services to be performed in-house. One of our most important wellness clinic goals will be to reach out and engage the underserved human population. These members of our community who have never been able to financially take their pets to see a veterinarian. Referrals come via social workers, healthcare providers, and housing agencies, and the vet services will be free to those in need of that financial assistance. The services provided will include basic examination, prevention vaccine, treatment for parasites, as well as permanent microchip identification, so essential in our hurricane season to reunite pets with their owners. Owners will also be provided food assistance. Spay-neuter appointments for their pets as well will be given, an opportunity to receive an education on basic care, grooming behavior, and the benefits of sterilization. Please read the attached Exhibit A for the wellness clinic startup cost. It is estimated to come in at approximately $255,000, with the balance over $100,000 appropriation to be raised by the Humane Society. Over the years, the Humane Society has been annually contracted, attached Exhibit B, by the VI government Department of Agriculture to perform animal control services for the community, which elsewhere are 100% funded and 100% the responsibility of municipal governments. Historically, there's always been a constant battle to receive timely payments that routinely amount far less than the actual cost of performing the contracted services. Therefore, our annual $1.2 million budget must make up the shortfall, obviously adversely impacting the necessary services that we feel obligated to provide. Please see attached Exhibit C, cost analysis of Humane Society government contract fiscal year October 1st, 2020 through September 30th, 2021. Humane Society present contract, Subject Exhibit D, called the grant award, is in four $43,750 payments, totaling a total of $175,000, which leaves an effective revenue deficit of $332,280 for the contracted services. This contract is a lifeline for so many of our animals in need, but we are constantly operating at a deficit, unable to effectively address the calls for help from our community. The $100,000 appropriation will allow the Humane Society to provide the wellness clinic that it otherwise could not. We have a moral responsibility to take care of those living, especially those who cannot speak for themselves, our children and our animals. While there are over 100 public and private local programs to assist our human population, there is only a handful of BI animal welfare organizations to assist the many thousands of owned and community animals. Too many other tourism-based Caribbean destinations have ignored animal welfare and have allowed stray animals to aimlessly wander about and reproduce. This inaction has led to an unsightly impression for visitors. We cannot allow this to happen to our beautiful Virgin Islands. With strong collaboration from the government, we can work with the animal population issue with a properly equipped wellness clinic and affordable companion animal care for our struggling community. We are at a crossroads when it comes to dealing with animal welfare in St. Thomas. Despite our best efforts to provide care and rehabilitation for our animals, find homes locally and stateside through off-island no-kill shelters, the flow of abandoned animals continues into our facility, which was originally built to hold only 40 dogs and 70 cats. It was never intended to reach a capacity of over 200 a week, at times which far surpasses animal welfare guidelines. This overcrowded has created immense stress on both the staff and the animals in our care. We can do better, and the government can be instrumental leading the way. Nevertheless, we are resilient no matter what the challenges. Time after time, the disasters have temporarily crippled our islands, have also taught us that by coming together, we can help one another. After Hurricane Irma and Maria, and even during this present pandemic, although the Humane Society has been struggling financially, we were present to help the less fortunate, feed their animals. And that's what civil, humane, good neighbors always do. We learned of the many community members who own pets despite losing any means of income. Heartbreaking, but helping them keep their animals also gave them the hope of a better day ahead. Pets have provided almost 70% of homes with unconditional love and a sense of security through many turbulent hurricanes, and thus very devastating COVID times. Senior friends of mine have confided in me they would not have made it through the worst of times without their faithful pets comforting them. No matter what economic status, our pets are bona fide family members. It is inspirational to see that people struggling with the damaging effects of isolation and physical distances have found solace and comfort in their pets. Please review the attached letters of support, Exhibit E through I, from animal care professionals who have endorsed this bill and the establishment of a wellness clinic. As for my recommendations, here are several of significant importance. The annual contract, the grant award with the government Department of Agriculture should be raised to a minimum of $500,000 per fiscal year. The annual contract, the grant award, should automatically renew if not renegotiate within 120 days of its expiration date. The $100,000 wellness clinic appropriation should be granted annually. In conclusion, I would like to end with a quote from Nelson Mandela. What counts in life is not the mere fact that we have lived. It is what difference we have made in the lives of others that will determine the significance of the life of dead. This is an opportunity for a new beginning for the community, as well as an opportunity to increase collaboration with our local government. Once established, the Corey Lockhart Education Center and Wellness Clinic will bring about a new era of care for our underserved community. Today, I ask for the favorable consideration of Bill 34-0083. And thank you for caring. I remain available to all your questions. Respectively submitted, Delia Hudson, President of the Humane Society of St. Thomas.
Thank you, Ms. Holadenshi, for your testimony. Colleagues, let's go to 4 minutes round of questioning, beginning with Senator Blyden. Is he there?
Hello. Yes, I am.
Yes, you may proceed, Senator Blyden.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon. Again, to my colleagues, good afternoon. Testifiers, and thank you for your testimony. First, I want to commend my colleague, the Millennium Senator from St. Thomas District, for her intent of this bill. I too am an animal lover and understand the challenges that all of our animal clinics here in the territory and animal shelter face on a daily basis in respect to the amount of animals that's neglected and that's in desperate need of assistance here in the territory. I know based on Director O'Neill's testimony in respect to the funding source and the use of those funds in terms of the St. Thomas Capital Improvement Fund, I can concur with that. Let me ask Ms. Holadenshi. Good afternoon, ma'am. How much funds did you receive from the miscellaneous fund that we usually give to many non-for-profit organizations, etc.? Do you receive any money from that fund for the animal shelter on an annual basis? Your mic is muted. Your mic is muted. Your mic is muted, and please state your name before you speak. Your mic is muted.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Hello. Hey, Senator, can you hear me?
Yes, you may proceed.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I was saying that the only money that we receive is from the government contract, which I mentioned that this year it was it's 175,000, and we received the payments, 2 payments so far. We're in the process of receiving the third.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, but we really cannot make out what she's saying on this end, and I do apologize for that. We really cannot hear. What she's saying is very choppy, but nonetheless, I believe she said 100,000+ she received for a government contract or something like that.
No, 175,000, and they have received 2 installments.
Okay. Thank you for that. And how many animals would you say are sent for adoption each year from the territory from the Humane Society perspective?
We have a program which is called Pets with Wings, which is actually the life-saving program of the Humane Society. Able to send, last year we sent as many as 700 animals to other organizations in the state.
Yeah, Ms. Holadenshi, I think you still need to bring the computer a little bit closer. They're having difficulty in St. Thomas, and the reporter is telling me that they're having some difficulty understanding your testimony. If you can bring it as close as possible, and it's right there.
Okay. I'm trying.
Okay, go ahead, Senator Blyden.
Okay, and have you sought any other funds in respect to this project?
I'm sorry. What is the question?
The question was, have you sought any other funding source in respect to this project?
If we raise additional money with respect to the clinic, yes, we are securing over $100,000 we need to match to have this happen.
Okay, let's try something. We are going to take a recess. Mr. Ladenchi, I'm going to let you sign off and sign back on, and let's see if it's going to be a clear reception, because we're really having some difficulty.
Thank you for that.
The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes.
Thank you.
She did. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Okay, let's try it again. Go ahead and speak.
Afternoon, I think it's working now.
You sound so much better.
Thank you.
Okay,
So
perfect.
sorry.
Don't move until we're finished.
I will not.
Okay, so Senator Blyden, I think she can clearly hear you now, or you can hear her.
Yes, much better.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Senator. How much time I have? 2 minutes? Or 1 minute?
Just go ahead. If you have questions, we'll accommodate. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, she's sounding good now. Let me ask
So
you,
sorry.
in respect to the Department of Agriculture, I have a question for Ms. Cardi, and I have one for you. The extended services that's provided by the Humane Society, Ms. Cardi, on behalf of the Department of Agriculture, if they were to have a clinic online, right? Would that basically be a trade-off for your department in terms of the large balance of $300,000+ that you owe them? Would that be a trade-off, whereas most of the services will be done there, and you wouldn't have to owe them that amount of money? How does it work?
1 minute.
Ms. Cardi?
I'm sorry, Senator Blyden. I'm having trouble understanding the question. Could you rephrase it for me, please?
It was stated that you stated in your testimony that you owe the Humane Society some $300,000.
No, we owe the Humane Society $87,500.
And you owe, I believe, another clinic $300,000+, correct? And another amount which all total $500,000+.
Yes, so that's for the St. Croix Animal Welfare Center. They're owed $350,000. And then the St. John Animal Care Center is owed an additional sum as well.
So my question to you, my last question to you is, in respect to the clinic that's being proposed, if that clinic exists, would that basically be a trade-off, whereas it would drive down the service or the cost to the department as a result of that?
No, it would not, because the services provided by the clinic are not something that are required by the law or that we use in the contract. That would be an additional service that they'd be offering.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Chair, I know my time is going to be called, so I want to thank you for the time, and I want to thank the Humane Society and all the other clinics for what they do on behalf of the animals here in the territory, and thank you so much for your responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Ms. Cardi, what's the issue with getting the money to the St. Croix Animal Welfare Center? The contract hasn't been executed yet?
The contract has not been executed. It was sent back, I believe, for the last time last week, because they needed us to readjust the front page of the notice of grant award because it said 4 quarterly payments, even though we are trying to do one lump sum payment. And the original reason why it was sent back to us was because we were trying to include on the notice of grant award the past year on the document, thinking that we had the funds available to us, and we were later told that the funds were not available because they were not secured before the end of the year. Encumbered is the word, actually. So we had to readjust the grant so that it was only for this year, and we had a minor change that needed to be made, along with the shelter needed to provide us with a letter allowing their executive director to sign on behalf of the Animal Welfare Center on the document.
Okay, once again, we're behind the 8 ball. We're running out of time for this fiscal year. So we need to get those issues resolved as quick as possible. PMP and Department of Agriculture, we need to get those issues resolved. Senator Blyden, Senator DeGraff.
Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers.
Good afternoon.
I vote yes. I stand in support of this. I mean, the Humane Society has provided a service in the community of this territory for many years. And now, once this clinic is built, how many individuals will we need to hire more or less to run it for the size clinic we're talking about?
May I answer?
Sure.
Afternoon. 2, basically.
Okay, good.
We need a veterinarian and we need a vet assistant.
Okay, will the services increase, or will we maintain the set amount of services that we provide?
Well, right now we're not providing these services. What we want to do is to be able to provide the services to the underserved community. So in other words, we'll have the ability not only to take better care of the animals that are on the premises, but to be able to extend those services to the people that financially have never really seen a veterinarian.
Okay, and this $100,000 going to agriculture, what would be, if anything, a matching from the Humane Society end? What kind of match are we looking at?
We're going to have to raise a little more than 100,000 in order to make this happen. If you look over at Exhibit, I believe it is A, it gives you a cost of what it will take to get the clinic started. And it is in excess of 255,000.
Okay, so you're saying you're providing over 100,000 and the government providing 100,000 also?
Correct. Okay. That's what I was asking. Okay. Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that. What type of time frame are we looking at? I heard Mr. Chair speak of a time frame. What time frames are we looking at?
Actually, I don't think it could happen in less than 6 months' time. We're waiting right now for a final quote from Optimal Construction. We would like to have it open tomorrow, honestly, but the way that things operate, it's going to take a little longer than that, and we want to make sure that we do it the right way.
Okay, thank you for that. And agriculture, you do support the measure?
We did have some concerns about the measure, which we addressed in the testimony, mainly concerning how the money will be transferred to them, because as Director O'Neill mentioned, there is not a current mechanism that seems to be in place. We would have to work on that. And that's always the thing that takes the most time, is that transfer mechanism.
1 minute.
And the other additional concern that we had was that the other shelters deserve some consideration of these capital improvement funds as well.
Yes, no doubt. I do agree for the purpose and the services provided. I do agree. So it's not one-sided with me either. But again, in regards to support to this bill, I stand in support of it. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Carrion?
Good morning, good afternoon. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Yeah, with regards to Bill 340083, the intent and the spirit of the bill is a good one, but I do have some concerns and some reservations with regard to the bill. First of all, I would like to acknowledge and thank all the volunteers that work not only in the Humane Society of St. Thomas and Animal Care Partners on St. John and the St. Croix Animal Welfare Center, because really demonstrate the love that you have for animals and the compassion that you have. And all three entities do an extraordinary job at what they do. And I must acknowledge that sometimes we have no idea of the challenges running a nonprofit can bring, and the lack of funding and support, and the work you guys provide here in the territory. So I want to thank you. Now I do have some questions, and I would like to start with. Let me start with you, the president, Ms. Hollandenchi. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
That's okay.
So the total cost of the construction, what is that?
Basically, we're lucky because instead of building a building from scratch, which will take an incredible amount of time, as you can imagine, we have a building that we can retrofit, which means that the improvements to it are going to be logistically much easier to accomplish than it will be to start from a construction place from the bottom.
So you currently own a building that's owned by the Humans?
Yes, we have a building on the campus today, which is called the Corinne Lockhart Education Center, which will be renamed to include a wellness clinic as well. So it'll be the Corinne Lockhart Education and Wellness Clinic.
So this is really an expansion then to what you currently have?
I would not call it an expansion because I will call it more a retrofitting, because we're not expanding the building, or we're not expanding. What we're trying to do is incorporate additional services which we cannot do today the way that we are.
So you're renovating a structure that you already have, and you're renovating it?
At the cost. In order to be able to expand our services, we have to do that at a cost that I think it's better for everybody involved.
So how many have you raised so far for this endeavor? How much?
I would probably say that we have committed at 50,000, and we're working on getting the rest.
50,000. Okay. And how will this improve the services you currently provide? What role you play in the community?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. How would it improve?
Well, first of all, we'll be able to take care of all the animals on the premises a lot better. Because as I said, right now, if there is a condition with an animal, it has to be taken to a veterinarian. So basic care for the animals on the premises will improve tremendously, having a full-time veterinarian on staff. Every animal welfare organization today operates with a clinic in place, with their own veterinarian. And that's something that we're missing tremendously for our own animals. The other point that you can see in some of the letters that were in support, even written by veterinarians, is the fact that the local businesses, the local veterinarians have full-time businesses. So it's very hard to be able to take on more. So,
okay.
That's basically for our own, and then again to be able to provide those basic services for those people who have never taken an animal to the vet before. So we open up that education window that today is closed because we cannot provide those services to them.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, if I may, just a last question.
Yes, you may.
Director O'Neill, I heard your testimony, and you spoke about your concerns. I would like you to, if you can, expound on your concerns on establishing a precedent on this matter.
Sure. Good afternoon, Senator Carrion. My concern here is that government typically does not match or provide match funds for capital projects for any entity outside of government. So there would be establishing that precedent, and then you would have as well that the fact that this is only applicable to the St. Thomas Humane Society and not the others or any other nonprofit also then creates a lot of issues down the road. So to do one and not all is a problem. Setting it up for outside entities, outside of government, is also an issue.
Thank you for sharing that. And I think there lies also my concerns and my reservation in regards to this bill. I think the intention and spirit of the bill is good. My concern is also the funding, and that the bill is directed for a construction or renovation of a facility and the funds that it's coming from. Now, I do understand the great need for funding these services in these organizations. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your time.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator James.
Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Who let the dogs out? It will not be the legislature. But I will tell you this much, in all seriousness, once the $100,000 is given, if this bill passes and reach to the full body, as far as maintaining the building, can you speak to how you will be able to maintain the building, what plans you have in place as far as a funding source, organizations who are willing to contribute? How will we maintain this building?
Good afternoon. That's something that we're going to have to take care of since it is a building that's already on the premises of our Humane Society. And just to answer on why this is so important to the community to go ahead with it is, as I mentioned before, we want to open the doors for those people that have never seen a veterinarian. So that education part of it is so important, and this is why I think that a government collaboration is a little bit different, because our St. Thomas is based on tourism, and tourism is having animals that are run all over the island is a turnoff to a tourism industry.
So stop right there. Stop right there. 1 second. Thank you for answering that. I don't want to use my entire time. Chasing the tourists, and I understand that we have an obligation to take care of them once they reach on our soil. But to my St. Croix colleagues and my colleagues as a whole, we have an issue on St. Croix where the dogs are chasing the livestock, the goats, the pigs. I know some of our farmers who are affected by these wild dogs.
Well, yeah, we got it.
And while we worrying about the tourists, in which I respect, we need to protect our livestock here in the territory, because you raise a sheep for 3-5 years. And then after that, a dog does come out of nowhere, gone to waste. So we either want to feed ourselves, or we want to continue to protect the tourists. So I understand the concern of the tourists, but I'm just letting you know the issues that we have here on St. Croix as well. And that is why I salute Positive Nelson, where he made mention that if we move forward in a direction like this, it's only fair at some point we have to deal with St. John and St. Croix as well. But what I love about Positive, or Commissioner Nelson's testimony, he came forward with solutions instead of just complaining. And he also made mention that we should put in the supplement budget a request. No, he put a request in the supplemental budget for this fiscal year for us to be able to deal with some of the matters as far as paying the individuals who we owe and what have you. So I just want to say to the Department of Agriculture, thank you for placing those concerns in there. And I'm happy that you were able to answer the question on who will maintain it. because not saying we don't have confidence in you, but we just want to make sure that once we invest in something that it is taken care of. But as far as the main issue of Department of Agriculture, it seems like Department of Agriculture do not want to be the middleman when it comes to the receiving of these funds and dealing with the Humane Society. So my question to Department of Agriculture, what are you suggesting?
Based on experience, there are more direct ways for agencies to receive funds. And while the department would be able and willing to assist in overseeing, maybe reviewing documents or going over things, funds tend to be transferred a lot better when they're at a main agency and the applicant can apply directly to them. There are some one of the issues we ran into with the notice of grant awards is that most notice of grant awards are housed at the Office of Management and Budget and not with different agencies and departments. So when we had to go in and write them, we had to come up with this stuff on our own and had very little support, and it just takes time, whereas Office of Management and Budget has a more direct route of getting money to these individuals. It's a lot of circumventing the issue when the department has to take control of that. We have other grants or other funds that come through the Virgin Islands lottery system. That works very well because the department receives the funds, receives the documentation, and we just sign off saying, yes, the documentation is correct and they're up to date, and we just allow them to continue receiving funds. It's a lot more smooth.
My time has expired. I do not want to waste my time. I look forward to hearing what the sponsor of this measure has to say. And I really wish that we had the luxury of tapping into the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund, but I guess that's where the Communities Facilities Trust Fund will come in if we're going to move forward a measure like this, unless there's some other money in government that we could be able to do the same for St. Croix and St. John. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to slow down for this one. The OMB director, is she still on? I'm not seeing her.
Yes, Senator, I'm here.
We got a fund balance report from the Department of Finance, and it's reporting zero. We need to have the inflows into these accounts, Director.
Yes, Senator, I can explain the monies for this year, the 1.5 million has not been transferred as yet. Sorry.
Yeah, the fiscal year about to close and you didn't transfer it. That's a problem. Can't do that. Got to transfer the money.
Yeah, it will be transferred.
Okay, so I agree with the intent and the spirit of this legislation. However, to provide a nonprofit organization with funding for purpose of this nature and to utilize the capital outlay of the St. Thomas, the Capital Improvement Fund of the St. Thomas St. John District is not an appropriate use of these dollars. I distinctly remember when I was in the 33rd legislature and I brought the measure to establish the School Maintenance Authority. The sponsor of this legislation was very, very clear, because I intended to use a portion of the St. Thomas Capital Improvement Fund as well. Was very clear in informing me and my other colleagues that we could not use the Capital Improvement Fund to support the establishment of the Education Maintenance Fund. This should be no different. If it walks like a duck, smells like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a duck. Okay, so I have dogs, I have cats, I have turtles, I have rabbits. I've raised 4 children. So we are animal lovers, but we have to be careful with how we set precedent in this territory. We have to be careful how we set precedent in this body. And every year, we set aside somewhere about $175,000 in support of the animal shelter in the St. Thomas St. John district. And I note specifically that in the supplemental budget that came down just recently, that there's some $518,000 to cover the debt that's owed to the St. Croix Animal Care Center. So we are taking care of our responsibility. The responsibility of our community and an entity of this nature is to engage. They do receive funding from the government, engage in fundraising, ask the community for support, but to come to the government to ask for a capital appropriation, I don't know that it's appropriate. And what also concerns me is we asking for the $100,000, and then in our recommendation in a testimony, we proceed to ask for additional recommendations. Did you want the $175,000 raised to $500,000, and you want the $100,000 for the wellness clinic to be granted annually? Colleagues, are you guys familiar with Queen Louise Home in the St. Thomas St. John district? You should visit Queen Louise Home. Queen Louise Home is in a deplorable state. The people that live in there, we should not have our people living in those conditions. Have we visited our schools? If we have $100,000, we need to take care of our elderly, and we need to take care of our schools. But, despite all of that, utilizing government funds in this manner is inappropriate.
Time.
I don't have any questions. I will vote my conscience at the appropriate time. I usually support the measures that's brought before this body that this particular colleague brings, because we are usually of the same mind. But this one sets a off precedent, and I cannot, in good conscience, move in this direction, because at the end of the day, our responsibility is to always, always think about the future. So how is this going to impact us in the future? And not because we see ourselves in a situation where we may have these Jobs Act and American Rescue funds coming into the territory mean that we should be moving in this direction. We need to be conservative as we try to catch ourselves. Otherwise, we're going to find ourselves back into the 2017 years and before, as it relates to the government coffers. We have a responsibility to ensure that we protect the coffers of this territory. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Before I move on to the bill sponsor, the government don't have a mechanism in place to take care of stray animals, and we never have had a mechanism in place. We have, for a number of years, utilized the St. Croix Animal Center, the Humane Society in St. Thomas, and the group in St. John to literally do the job that we're unable to do through the Department of Education. So, Department of Agriculture, Education, Department of Agriculture. So, when you look at the monies that we give these three different nonprofit entities, it doesn't even cover the budget for the year, because these are facilities that are open 24/7. So it doesn't cover the budget. It's $175,000 for those two, but clearly they spend more than $175,000 throughout the year. I don't agree with any annual appropriation of $100,000, but at one time to get the center up and running, and it is not maintenance, it is really capital, because we're retrofitting the building for a particular use. I don't find that as a bad use of the monies, because it would be able to take care of that population of animals on St. Thomas that are not presently being taken care of. I mean, does it set precedence here or there? I honestly don't know, because in the miscellaneous section we fund so many nonprofit organizations for all type of different stuff in that miscellaneous section of the budget. And we have funded so many different areas for so much more money than this, that if we're going to get a bang for the buck and it's going to help with the animal population and St. Thomas and provide services for individuals who can't afford to pay a veterinarian, then I can see it being worthwhile. Senator Sarah, you're recognized.
Senator Violi.
Director O'Neill, you wanted to put something on the record?
Yes, Senator, if I could.
Yes, go ahead.
Just to respond real quick to what you just stated. The issue, I think, for me and what I hear Senator Fred Gregory saying as well, is the actual funding source. The references you just made to giving funds to nonprofits, those funds are paid from the general fund. The funding source for this is the St. Thomas Capital Improvement Fund, which is not the appropriate place to be funding this project. If funds need to be given, or this body so desires to give funds for this purpose, I would then suggest that it be from the general fund and not from the St. Thomas Capital Improvement Fund.
Thank you so much for that. Senator Sarro.
Thank you. And one, let's not compare animal or a wellness clinic for animals to a senior home, education. We're multifaceted human beings and we can walk and chew gum. We could address schools and animals and disaster recovery at the same time. 2, subsection 134A, Division of Capital Improvements. And when it discusses the capital improvement funds, it says in D, a projected demand for governmental services. That's a qualifier. It also says that a plan that addresses the long-term needs of all governmental departments. If you have 1 million stray dogs and cats, it does pose a threat to public health. The only department in this government to deal with animals is the Department of Agriculture. It is an infrastructure project for animals. And animals, the subject matter is the Department of Agriculture. We sit here, and it might be touchy, but we sit here and we tack an amendment onto a housing bill for a road to run behind the mall and run into congested traffic. And we met and we came to a compromise despite what I felt and voted in support. And how I got here was I have a dog, Tank. Everybody know I have a dog in a wheelchair. And when Tank got injured, the cost to help Tank was $3,000. I didn't have $3,000. So when I went to the Humane Society and I began the process of trying to get Tank healed, I realized that we didn't have animal insurance. The layman had no help, no additional funding source, and the Humane Society assisted. And there are a lot of people in that category that need help. We do not have a mechanism to address the basic primary care of cats and dogs. And if the other districts want the same service, nothing precludes the representative from the other district to propose a legislation for such. But I don't want to sit here and play semantics back and forth. I read the code before I used the Capital Improvement Fund. The Department of Agriculture continues to solicit services from the same nonprofits. So if we're talking about animals as part of a society too, when you look at recent research has shown Alzheimer's patients react positively to animals. That's why when mental health, equine therapy, and animal therapy, what part of this Virgin Islands do you send? Where can the average citizen say, hey, I need help, I don't have the money to spare and neuter my cat and dog? Where do they go? To a private clinic, and maybe they can't afford a private vet. But I just, I needed to, we sit here, we just gave $15,000 through education for the South Bar Showcase. We gave money to the majorettes and to Quail Bay. And those are good things, Little League Baseball and the rest of them. So in the words of the main opposer, what's a $100,000 conversation are we really having this afternoon? Really? So vote your conscience. You could either say yes or you can say no. We don't have to always, I know at the end of the day, we will all coexist. And we will all love each other at the end of the day. It's the beauty
1 minute.
of democracy. So I don't have a problem with the comments of those who object. It's a deliberative body. But in the spirit of animals and people who own animals, you go in any community in this Virgin Islands, rich, in the middle, those that are low income, you will find animals. And you, when they can't afford them sometimes to take care of them, you see them stray on the streets. So I am just simply asking for $100,000, recommending through the Department of Agriculture to the Humane Society. It has done a very good job of upkeeping the infrastructure to get some assistance. Like I said, equine therapy, animal therapy for the mental health and those who have Alzheimer's. When in a disaster, who looking for the dead bodies or the alive bodies? The animals. When you're looking for drugs, who's sniffing them? The animals. So who is going to take care of them? Colleagues, I'm asking for your support.
Time.
On the aforementioned bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Saru. And I always have such a good time when my two female Centomian senators are on opposing side. So naturally, Senator Donna Fred Gregory wants a point of inquiry. Point of inquiry, Senator Fred
Thank you,
Gregory.
Mr. Chair. And I really enjoy having these types of discourse with my colleague because she's just that good. Ms. Haladashi, that's your name. Pardon me if I didn't get it right. How much funds do you generate on an annual basis? What's your revenues annually?
1.2 million.
Yeah, 1.2 million, right? Okay. And included in that $1.2 million is the 175 that you get from the central government?
Correct.
Okay, so, and the 1.2 is tied to fundraising, charges.
Correct.
And your government allotment, correct?
Our way of, raising a lot of our funds are actually through our thrift store, which is our lifeline.
Yes, I donate significantly to the thrift store.
Yes, and
every quarter.
Honestly, during this COVID times is what kept us going.
Yes. So I know that you in your testimony you have, I can't find the document right now, but you have that your costs to run what you're doing now is $500 and something thousand and $507,280. And so if that's your cost and you're generating 1.7, help me to understand what's going on.
What my study was based on the number of animals that were strayed and picked up. There's also a number of animals that we deal with which are being adopted, which I did not put in that study.
Yeah, but you generate revenues from the community. I donate, we give contributions, etc. from your fundraisers. So I'm trying to understand if you need 507 and you have a budget of 1.2, or you have revenues of 1.2 inclusive of the $175,000. Again, I'm not clear on your ask.
For the last, I would say for the last 2 years, we've been at a deficit, and I can get you the exact numbers from our treasurer. But what I can say today is that our services are limited because we cannot perform them properly. There's community calls nonstop that we're not able to address because we don't have the staff to be able to go out and investigate, to be able to come back. So
I
we
just
could do so
received-
much better
I
if we
just
had those.
received information that indicated that you applied for a TAP grant from the Office of OIA. Do you recall making that application?
Actually, just to let you know, I only became president a month ago. So I'm sure that the ex-president will be aware of it since she probably submitted it. But a lot
the
of the
Department of
information has
Interior-
not been passed over yet to me, but I can get that information for you.
Okay, well, I understand that there was an application and they are moving forward for that approval for that very same $100,000 that you're referencing. So when you gave your presentation today, you should have shared with us that you also have an application before the OIA for the same $100,000.
But I'm sorry, I'm not aware of that.
Okay, well, I'm aware. So
What is the application for?
these are the
I have no
considerations that we
idea.
have to make, and all the information needs to be on the table so we could make an informed decision. But again, as I noted, this request is not an appropriate use of the capital improvement funds, and it was not the intended purpose of the capital improvement funds when our good Wrong the Field Senator moved this legislation. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Fred Gregory. Point of information now, Senator Sarah, and then we're going to vote on the bill, okay?
Thank you. I don't like people taking advantage of my little testifier. And there were some number of questions thrown that I don't believe that the president of the Humane Society answered appropriately, so I will answer. What is 1.2 million to run a whole clinic that spaying, neutering, providing services? You have to feed cats and dogs. You have to keep the lights on. We know the state of WAPA. We have to maintain a healthy facility, well maintained, so it could, keep our animals in good condition, really. So I don't understand trying to talk about 1.2 million, 100,000, 100. We haven't, listen, minuscule, that's minuscule, and the opposer has a right to laugh because that's minuscule. And in government, public-private partnerships is not uncommon. It is not. And this is a public-private partnership. Deputy Commissioner Carty, I really appreciated your testimony and your responses. Take no offense to my passion. I just need the animals to get a little bit of love. That's all. But I appreciate your concerns, and as we move forward, let's have a discussion on the best way to make this happen and come to a compromise. So thank you for your testimony. And Ms. Holdensky, thank you for your testimony as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. We're going to get ready for the vote, but the good senator wants to make a correction. Senator Donna Fred Gregory.
Yes, let me, because it's always good to be fair. I indicated there was an application, but I understand that there's an opportunity for the application, and if the application comes through, they will push it through ASAP, the $100,000. Our general fund money should not be used for that purpose. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Donna Fred Gregory. In the words of my good Senate President, who would like hours saying, I can't believe we're having a $100,000 conversation. How? Let's move on. Motion, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Sarro.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that bill number 34, that's 0083, an act making an appropriation of $100,000 from the St. Thomas Capital Improvement Fund to the Department of Agriculture for the Humane Society of St. Thomas to be used as matching funds for the construction of an animal clinic be approved by this committee and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Sarro, seconded by Senator James. Roll call. Senator DeGraff.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yeah.
Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, nay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, nay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Not voting.
Senator James Sr., not voting. Senator Janelle K. Sarow.
Yes.
Senator Sarow, yay. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Yes.
Senator Vialet, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 4 yays, 2 nays, 1 not voting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0083, an act making an appropriation of $100,000 from the St. Thomas Capital Improvement Fund to the Department of Agriculture for the Humane Society of St. Thomas to be used as matching funds for the construction of an animal clinic, has received a favorable vote in this committee. I will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Colleagues, you're going to take a 2-minute recess, and then we're going to go on to the next bill, so we'll probably be out of here by 3. The committee stands in recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read the last item on the agenda, please?
Bill number 34-0084, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Section 54B, 3D, relating to the allocation of the Environmental Infrastructure Impact Fee to allocate 85% of that fee to the Government Employees Retirement System to pay annuities, proposed by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Invited testifiers, Joel Lee, Director, Bureau of Internal Revenue; Austin L. Nibbs, Administrator, Government Employees Retirement System; Nellen L. Bowery, Chairman, Government Employees Retirement System; and Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me let the individuals put the name and title on the record, and then I'm going to let sponsor of the bill speak to the bill, and then we'll go to the testimony. So let's begin with Mr. Nibbs, name and title. Mr.
Austin Nibbs, Administrator, GERS.
And thank you. The board, GRS board, Mr. Bory.
Nellen Bowery, Chairman of the Board, GRS.
Internal Revenue.
Joel Lee, the Director of the Bureau of Internal Revenue.
OMB Director.
Good afternoon, Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Thank you so much. Who speaks to this bill? You recognize Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bill number 34-0084, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Section 54B, 3D, relating to the allocation of the Environmental Infrastructure Impact Fee to allocate 85% of the fee to the Government Employee Retirement System to pay annuities. This bill is very straightforward. Now that the 88% has been satisfied and will be paid back by the end of this year, 2021, the monies that were allocated to go towards paying of the 8% VISA fund are now trying to reallocate that monies to the GERS system. From the very first time, GERS has been a priority for my first term, and I've brought several pieces of legislation that were either tabled or held in committee or put in committee and never heard. Again, I take GERS very serious. I think if I have to, in my lifetime, I've only been scared 3 times. 1, my first gunfight. 2, the night I flew into Baghdad, Iraq. And 3, pending insolvency of GERS. Those scare me. And the impact that it's going to have on our community as a whole, that scares me. The devastation it's going to have on our senior population, persons making under $30,000 a year, that scares me. So Act 8383, which I recently had passed, was able to provide funding, which again, we have seen a trend where a bill is passed, no money is sent to a GERS. I'm asking my colleagues' support for this bill, and as the vice chair of the subcommittee on GERS, Mr. Chair, just asking, on the record that we could get together and get this ball rolling, because GERS, like I say, scares me. It's too easy to pack up and leave, but I'm here for the fight to the end. Today, I'm here to listen to the testimony in regards to support for or against this bill, and say, let's put it on the table right now and make this bill happen. The VISA in the act was 15% went towards the Tourism Revolving Fund, 40% was to go toward the general fund, and the 45% was supposed to go toward GERS no, correction, to go toward repaying of the 8%. So if by law we could put 45% of this money to pay back GER, or to pay back the 8%, I don't see no reason why we can't just take the 85% and put it toward trying to help GERS. A drop in the bucket, maybe, but again, collectively, we could work on this here and make it happen. And I'm fully committed and I'm board for that. So I urge my colleagues, again, ask support for this bill, which would put 85% of the monies from the infrastructure impact fee to go towards GERS. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Let's begin with testimony by Ms. Jennifer O'Neill.
Good day, Chairman Kurt Violet and other members of the Committee on Finance of the 34th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, other senators present, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Jennifer O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and I appear pursuant to your invitation to testify on Bill number 34-0084, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Section 54B3D, relating to the allocation of the Environmental Infrastructure Impact Fee, to allocate 85% of that fee to the Government Employee Retirement System to pay annuities. The Environmental Infrastructure Impact Fee's primary purpose is to offset against any environmental impact potentially derived from the establishment of timeshare properties within the territory. These monies are collected pursuant to the hotel room tax created in Title 33 VI Code, Section 54, and then are remitted to varying sources, including the general fund. Per the VI Code, the Environmental Infrastructure Impact Fee is established and applicable to timeshares. Environmental Infrastructure Impact Fee means the new occupancy lodging fee that was levied on timeshare owners or users by the Virgin Islands government per night of occupancy. This fee must be assessed, collected, managed, and dispersed in the following manner. Each timeshare unit is assessed an environmental infrastructure impact fee of $25 per day of occupancy. The timeshare plan manager is responsible for collecting the fee, filing the tax returns, and paying the fee, plus any applicable interest or penalties as required to the Bureau of Internal Revenue. The Timeshare Association is responsible for any and all assessments or liens. The timeshare plan manager shall prepare and maintain the environmental infrastructure impact fee worksheet and shall produce it upon request by the Bureau of Internal Revenue or the IRS. Of particular note, revenues collected from this fee must be allocated as follows. 15% should go to the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund. For fiscal years 2017, 18, 19, 20, and 21, 85% of the fee collected was to be allocated to the general fund. In fiscal year 2018 and 19, up to $4 million of the amount that was deposited into the general fund was to be divided equally between the Roy Lester Schneider Medical Center and the Wang Lui Hospital and Medical Center. For fiscal years 22 and 23, 40% of the environmental infrastructure impact fee revenue collected was to be deposited into the general fund and 45% to the contingency reserve account known as the VIESA contingency reserve account. As the obligations specific to the creation of the VIESA account will be mostly satisfied from the general fund by the end of calendar year 2021, this section of the law is being removed. However, while the Division of Personnel and OMB continue to conduct analyses to determine the final cost of the 8% reduction, it has not yet been finalized. And as a consequence, additional sums beyond what has already been appropriated will be needed. While the intent of the bill is understood, OMB is unable to support the measure for the following reasons. The legislative intent of Title 33 VI Code Section 54 is to provide for any environmental infrastructure impact in the Virgin Islands from the establishment of timeshares. An allocation of these funds to GERS does not help the environment or infrastructure of the Virgin Islands, which goes against the intent of the creation of the fee. Additionally, we should bear in mind that there is an expectation from the industry that pays these fees that the revenues collected will actually be used for the intent as stated and as has been litigated. Bill number 34-0084 is once again a piecemeal approach to the issues pertaining to GERS, which requires a comprehensive plan involving all parties to determine the best solutions. The repayment of the 8% salary reduction was recently appropriated from the general fund instead of the VIESA contingency reserve account. With what is being proposed by this bill, there will be no offset in future years to the general fund by the revenues collected from the environmental infrastructure impact fee. This creates a shortfall in the general fund moving forward. And we have completed the budget process and submitted a balanced budget to this body for consideration. The removal of these monies will require additional amended submissions of the budget. Mr. Chair, this concludes my testimony, and I remain available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Director O'Neill. Mr. Lee?
Greetings, Honorable Kurt A. Violet, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, and all other honorable members of the 34th Legislature present. Greetings to persons present in the chambers and the listening and viewing audience. I am Joel A. Lee, Director of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Internal Revenue. I appear before you today to offer testimony on Bill number 34-0084, an act amending Title 33 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Section 54B3D, relating to the allocation of the environmental infrastructure impact fee to allocate 85% of that fee to the government employee retirement system to pay annuities. The current law requires the collection of the taxes by the Bureau of Internal Revenue and subsequent deposit of these revenues into the general fund. The remaining 15% is deposited into the Tourism Revolving Fund. If this bill becomes law, the Bureau and the Department of Finance will work collaboratively to ensure that the correct fund accounts are established so that the Bureau's cashiers will be able to deposit the funds appropriately. No adjustments will have to be made to the tax return, nor will there be a need for any taxpayer education. If enacted, this bill will affect the internal operations of the Bureau. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to testify on this bill. We are available to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Mr. Bory?
Good afternoon to you, Chairman Violet, and to other members of the Committee on Finance, as well as to all others participating and listening. My name is Nelum Bory. I'm Chair of the Board of Trustees of the Government Employees Retirement System, and I appear along with Mr. Austin Nibbs, Administrator of the GRS, at your invitation to participate in the committee's consideration of Bill number 34-0084, a bill that proposes to allocate 85% of revenue collected via the Environmental Infrastructure Impact Fee to the GRS to pay annuities. Administrator Nibbs will present the official GRS testimony, and I remain available to participate in any discussions about it. However, with your indulgence, I'd like to offer a few personal thoughts and perspectives about recent legislative initiatives offered to address the government employees retirement system's fiscal plight. Mr. Chairman, I'll pause to, I'm seeking your authorization for a personal comment. Could I go ahead?
Yes, you may go ahead. You may proceed.
Okay. So thank you. So my thoughts and observations are as follows. Recent proposals to help fix the GRS problem are like offers to help put out a forest fire with a garden hose. They're well-meaning, but not very meaningful. As examples, $11.5 million per year estimated to come from a proposed cannabis dispensary sales tax barely covers a single semi-monthly GRS payout to its members. $1 million per year from Bill number 340067, which I understand has now been tabled, can't pay for 2 days of benefits. The estimated $3.6 million per year from Bill number 340084 cannot cover 1 week's benefit. Indeed, the $16 million combined for these three pieces of legislation represent about 2/3 of the system's monthly payout. And these are annual numbers. So the $16 million in annual contribution from these three pieces of legislation barely covers 1 month of payout GRS. Such proposals are not just of little impact on the GRS situation, but they may very well be counterproductive in that they enable a false narrative that we are doing something to help out GRS. The GRS is long past help out funding. One can't fill a leaking basket. And the GRS basket is leaking profusely, and the leaks get bigger each year. Left unattended, the unfunded liability has tripled in the last 10 years. From $1.5 billion in 2010, it's now $4.5 billion in 2020. That's an average annual increase of 11, almost 12%. I say all that to say the system needs a massive, comprehensive rescue plan, and we need it like yesterday. The way to rescue the system is to refinance it sustainably, guided by a framework of sound pension finance principles. The Government Finance Officers Association provides authoritative guidance as follows, and I quote, GFOA recommends that government officials ensure that the costs of defined benefit plans are properly measured and reported. Sustainability requires governments that sponsor defined benefit pension plans contribute to the full amount of the actuarially determined contributions, the ADC, each year. The GRS is a defined benefit pension plan, and its costs are properly measured and reported each year in actuarial and audit reports. But for over 20 years, the GVI, the plan sponsor, has not contributed the full amount of the ADC, not even close. Latest reports show that the GVI's payroll-based annual contribution is $278 million short of what is required according to the ADC. At the top of the GFOA's list of best practices for sustainably financing defined benefit plans is to adopt a funding policy, I quote, to adopt a funding policy with a target funded ratio of 100% or more. GRS's latest reported funded ratio of its actual accrued liability was 11.4%. Again, not even close. For perspective, few public pension plans are fully funded. Funded levels for state plans range from 99% to 31%, with an aggregate average of about 73%. So the $4.5 billion unfunded liability represents the additional funding required to move from the 11.4% funded level to the 100% level that's recommended for sustainable financing. Just for context, this amount exceeds the $1.4 billion value of the entire Virgin Islands economy as estimated in its 2019 GDP. The GRS liability is a long-term liability. And like any big-ticket long-term debt, It requires a financing package of several components. The 2016 Mercer report, echoing the 2013 Pension Reform Task Force report, that's how far back we've been warned about this, provides a basic template. Make significant, and I quote, make significant additional contributions, and emphasize significant, either as one-time cash infusion or substantially increased annual contribution, and I emphasize substantial, or cut benefits to recipients. Obviously, a combination of increased contributions and reduced benefits is an implied option. As an example, a 70% funded level may be achievable with a financing package comprising as follows: one-time cash of $600 million via the pension obligation bonds authorized by Act 6905, an increase in the employer payroll contribution rate from 35% of covered payroll up from the current 23.5%, an additional $65 million in annual contributions from dedicated sources to be determined, and a 20% reduction in long-term cost of benefits to retired members and beneficiaries. Larger cash or other asset transfers or more substantial annual contributions will allow for smaller benefit reduction. I wish to note that these are rough estimates presented for illustration purposes. They're subject to further analysis and refinement. The devil is always in the details. But this approach provides a framework for substantially, though not fully, funding the system, which is consistent with actuarial principles and the Virgin Islands Code. It allows the government the flexibility to mix and match different components according to its means, and it begins the process of realigning the benefit cost with the GVI's financial and economic realities. Most importantly, it steers the system decisively away from the insolvency cliff. There is no escaping, Mr. Chairman, that the financial cost of rescuing the GRS is significant and substantial. But the human and financial and economic cost of insolvency will be many times greater. The longer these tough decisions are delayed, the tougher they become. And that concludes my statement, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Mr. Nibbs.
Good day, Honorable Kurt Valley, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, committee members, other distinguished senators present in the chambers, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Austin L. Nibbs, Administrator of the Government Employees Retirement System. The GRS appreciates this opportunity to give testimony on Bill number 34-0084, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Section 54B, 3D, relating to the allocation of the Environmental Infrastructure Impact Fee to allocate 85% of that fee to the Government Employees Retirement System. As requested, I respond to the information that was requested of us. Support or opposition of the legislation. The GRS is in support of this legislation, which will generate dedicated revenues for the fund. Number two, advantages and or disadvantages to passing the bill. Advantage to the GRS by passing the bill would be additional revenues dedicated to make benefit payments to the retirees. Three, economic impact, economic analysis of the proposed legislation. Based on our review of the analysis obtained from the Department of Finance, the environmental infrastructure impact fee collected for the past few years is as follows. For the 10 months in FY 2021, $3.5 million. FY 2020, $3.3 million. FY 2029, $3.3 million. FY 2018, $933,000. Based on the current trend in collections, it appears that collections will surpass 4.2 million annualized if this trend continues in FY 2021. Therefore, a minimum of 3.6 million could be available to the GRS as a dedicated source of revenues to assist in paying retirees' annuities. Recommendation to the bill. In conclusion, the GRS supports the proposed legislation for reasons stated above. It commends the sponsor of the bill for his willingness to address the funding of the GRS. However, must place on the record that GRS endorses a comprehensive approach in addressing the funding of the system. Based on the October 1, 2020 preliminary actuarial valuation results, the actuarial accrued liability is $5.1 billion, and the unfunded actuarial accrued liability is $4.5 billion. The funded percentage for GRS pension plan is 11.4%, with an insolvency date of September 30, 2025 or sooner based on the market's performance. This was changed yesterday to October 2024. At June 30, 2021, our total assets of the systems were $488.1 million, liquid $407.8 million. Thus far for fiscal year 2021, $94 million were withdrawn from the portfolio to pay benefits and expenses. For the past 5 years through present, $609 million were withdrawn from the portfolio to pay retirees' annuities and expenses. We must also bring to the attention of the committee that the GRS owes the government of the Virgin Islands, owes the GRS for employer contribution totaling $30,984,152. As follows: Circuit quote award, net $19,982,152. In addition, our revenue fund matching fund fiscal year 2020, a balance of $1 million. Due from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund FY 2021, $10 million for a total amount of $30,982,152. Mr. Chairman, I'm available to respond to any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We're going to go directly to a round of questioning. Senator Blyden, you're recognized 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. Director Nibs, Director Lee, Director O'Neill, and thank you for your testimonies. Let me start with Director Lee, because in your testimony you spoke to your team in reference to the process. Can you explain that for me quickly, please?
Well, good day.
You say it's going to impact. You say it's going to impact your operation. In which way?
No, it's a very minimal impact, sir. Currently, we collect the monies that are funded to us, and we allocate it. So really, nothing's going to change on any major level. It's just basically, if this bill passes, we'll know to shift the funds to an appropriate account so that it can satisfy the GRS funding that's being proposed. A very minimal impact.
Okay, thank you for that. I want to thank the sponsor for bringing the bill forward in terms of the intent of the bill. Let me go to Director O'Neill. Oh, I'm sorry, I neglected to recognize Mr. Chair Bori. Good to see you. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good to see you too.
Director O'Neill, you spoke to the shortfall in the budget. If the bill passes, the shortfall you spoke to is at least $3+ million based on amounts collected. Okay, and you say you do not support the legislation?
Yes, Senator, I do not, because again, this is a piecemeal approach to a real problem that we have, and it will take a collective effort from all involved to get a solution that actually makes sense. piecemealing or taking from Peter to pay Paul in this instance does not really make a lot of fiscal sense. And that is why I am in opposition to this measure. It needs to be comprehensive.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Bory spoke to that from that perspective also. Mr. Bory, you spoke to a leaking basket, and you gave an suggestion in terms of a solution, at least one approach in reference to the $600 million investment in terms of a loan, and have other measures to assist with at least steering the ship in the right direction. I know my colleagues and I have struggled for some time with actually coming up with the right fit solution, but we are working on a solution.
1 minute.
I must say that the chair, heads a subcommittee of GRS, and we have meetings coming forth, and I'm sure we're going to do what must be done in terms of moving forward with a piece of legislation that will assist the GRS. But Mr. Bory, can you speak a little bit about, in terms of what you spoke to in your testimonies precisely, in your opinion?
Well, I'm not sure which part you want to. I'll just, what I'm saying, Senator, I mean, I agree with Director O'Neill that it needs a comprehensive response. And I want to give us a sense of the scale of what needs to be done. And that's the whole purpose of my testimony. I mean, I'm not here refusing any money at all, just to be clear. And that's why I said Mr. Nibbs' testimony, which he endorsed, is the official testimony.
Time.
I think as I see these proposals coming through, I am not convinced that the true scale of what needs to be done is appreciated. A 1 million, a recommendation of an initiative that generates $1 million per year, when we're talking about $1 billion problem, that says to me that we're not really clear about the size of the numbers we're talking about, and that's my intention here today in that testimony, and to clarify that we need to look at it as a process, and do it in the context of the actuarial principles that must govern a defined benefit pension plan, which the GRS is. And again, as the budget director said, the piecemeal approach doesn't work. It doesn't work. I mean, take the cannabis thing. I mean, GRS is going to become bankrupt long before that cannabis industry kicks in enough to generate the money we're talking about. So,
thank you, Mr. Bory, and thank you, Mr. Bory. Okay, thank you, Mr. Bory, and Mr. Chair. In closing, I must say I do agree with you in terms of the infusion of cash, and basically, I must say that that's my worst nightmare in reference to, actually bringing forth a meaningful solution that would assist in that respect. But I'm sure that we are up to the challenge, and we'll move forward accordingly. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. The discussion in reference to the retirement system always worries all of us. And I think that every time that we are moving forward, something happens to the economy of the Virgin Islands. So right now, we definitely, and in the revenue estimating conference when DPNR and those other entities presented, it was clear to see the impact of the Lime Tree closure, to include the partial suspension of paying the concession fees for the terminal, the $14 million loss in the refinery, And then we still have this COVID pandemic that we're dealing with, and a new variant that has placed the Virgin Islands on level 4 for CDC and travel. So it's just been hard in terms of predicting or projecting exactly where we're going to be in a few months in terms of revenue generation. We were doing very well, but the July numbers don't look all that good at all. So I'm kind of wanting to see the August numbers, because every decision that is made impact the next era. So that is what makes this particular discussion hard, but it's a discussion we must have because we don't have a choice. We have to fund the system some way or the other. Senator, now this is your bill, so Senator Kyrong, isn't it? Senator James.
Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I love the discussion here today. But before I ask anything, I want to reference something that was made mention in Mr. Nolan Bowery testimony. Basically, you said left unattended, the unfunded liability has tripled in the last 10 years, and you went on to say some other stuff. But I know, I think recently a GRS task force was created. Is that correct?
A GRS task force was announced. I don't think it ever got properly, I don't think it ever started.
Can you give us some more details, or anybody here knows what's going on with the GRS task force? Anybody? Crickets? Anybody? Okay, I just want to make sure. So nothing is going on with the GRS task force? Because I was excited at one point when I heard the announcement about the GRS task force. But I would say this much. I read the testimonies of each and every one of you before us. And yes, it might be a drop in the bucket. But they say one full basket. However, I know the sponsor of this measure is also the vice chair or co-chair of the subcommittee that deals with GRS. And I look forward to sitting in to one of those discussions. And I know it's going to get heated come next year. Everybody's going to come with a solution. But I know this much. We are brilliant Virgin Islanders. And I know that we can come together and find a solution for GRS. But in the meantime, with this bill, Mr. Bowie, I think you made mention that it was just a drop in the bucket. Is that true? Was you right?
I don't recall using those words, but that's my sentiment.
Basically, along the line.
I also say that the official GRS position is that we support the legislation.
Okay, and
just to be clear.
And you also made mention that the $11.5 million per year estimated to come from the cannabis dispensary sale tax barely covers a single semi-monthly GRS payout member benefits. And you went on to list all the efforts that were made, whether by the legislature or the executive branch or whoever the case may be, and you said that is not enough. So my question is, the legislature is trying. What are you suggesting? I know you said you need an infusion of cash, but besides just saying an infusion of cash, and that is why I asked about the GRS task force. I really want to know what they are coming with, because I listened very carefully on the campaign trail in 2018, and I'm not going to sit here and say that I have the solution. But I listened to every candidate who was running for governor at the time, and everyone made mention of a plan. And I'm not here to put anyone in a corner, but I need to know, what are you suggesting? Why the GRS task force is not being implemented? What are you suggesting, Mr. Bowery?
Well, a couple of things. As far as the task force is concerned, I mean, that task force was the governor's initiative. And I'm not sure, my recollection is that the 3 members of the task force was supposed to come from the legislature. And I think, I'm almost sure that the Senate president at the time had nominated their 3 members. And that's the last I've heard of the task force. What I'm suggesting, and I also know, and to be upfront and transparent, that the legislature has established the subcommittee of the Finance Committee that's headed by Senator Vieira.
Time.
We've had 1 meeting already before, and so what I'm suggesting at this point is that we ramp up that subcommittee, and GRS we have offered to the chair that the services of our consultants, which we would pay for, to help flesh out any options that we want to consider. So, I mean, what my purpose for this testimony today is to keep this thing on the front burner. I think that's my responsibility as chair of the board, and to give a sense for the scale. Because when I see these little, to the sponsor of the bill, I mean no disrespect, but when I look at the numbers and I'm facing billions of dollars, and I see a proposal for $1 million for a year, and we're paying out $23 million a month. I mean, it's hard for me to get excited about that. So I'm trying to keep on the front burner the issue. I'm trying to keep the scale of what needs to be done at the forefront. But we need to and the urgency of it.
Thank you, Mr. Bowery. My time was called. I don't want to abuse my time. The chair has been very lenient with me. I know my colleagues will drill on some more. I look forward to seeing that GRS task force up and running and the follow-up discussion with the subcommittee regarding GRS. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much. And I want to reiterate, because I think I've been having this discussion a lot for the last couple of weeks. You're able to make decisions when you fully understand the financial outlook moving forward. Every single year for the past, since the hurricane, what we have predicted that we're going to collect as a result of disaster recovery projects coming online and gross receipt, et cetera, every year we overestimate, we don't collect that. Lime Tree, everybody was, Lime Tree happened. I know we had the revenue estimating conference. We didn't necessarily hear from the Bureau, not necessarily, we didn't hear from the Bureau of Economic Research the financial impact of Lime Tree to the economy of the Virgin Islands. We now have the COVID-19 variant. We lost cruise ships for a year. The overnight travel and passengers in the Virgin Islands have been doing very well, but I am eagerly looking forward to the financial team presentation come August 31st, when we'll be able to hear as to how the numbers are being adjusted and what is the outlook. I'm eagerly awaiting to find out the parameters of the federal monies that have been given to the GVI as to how those monies can be allocated. I'm eagerly awaiting as to how education is going to spend the $200 million that they have so that we can see what is going to be the impact on the economy. When we know all of that, then it is easy for us to say, well, yeah, we could pull the excise tax and take that $30 million and put it directly into a GRS stabilization fund. Yeah, we could increase this, yeah, we could increase that. And we have had discussions about a number of areas that we are going to very soon be able to sit down and say, well, based on the numbers that we have in front of us, this is what we could do. We have had discussions, and I spoke to the council for the GRS in reference to raising the employer contribution for a period of 2 or 3 years. We have had that conversation there. Madam President have the legislation in reference to excise tax. I have legislation in reference to the 14 cents. So we have a lot of different pools, but we just have to make sure that after we make all of those decisions as to what is going to be the overall impact to the general fund and the GVI and whether or not we're going to be able to sustain. Getting the 8% paid, getting it paid within this fiscal year relieves us of a burden that the VESA that was going to go into effect now to begin to address that 8% is no longer a burden, because that is what it was going to go towards in 2022, and I think you were there when that was developed, Mr. Bory, that particular legislation. GRS just have overall a money problem. It needs an infusion of cash. Back in 2015, we passed legislation that corrected all of the mistakes from the past, to include how annuities are calculated, to include dealing with these 20-year early retirement. All of that we eliminated. So now it's a money problem. It's how are you going to be able to float additional monies, or how are you going to be able to offset that between 100 to 120 million that they are drawing down every single year. In terms of floating of money, we are having discussions, and everything will come out pretty soon in terms of how fruitful those discussions have been, and we'll be able to meet with Mr. Bory, Mr. Nibs, and the consultants for that part moving forward. Now, the big thing, everybody wants the system fixed, but they want the system fixed without it impacting them in any way. And that has always been a particular issue, because you have a defined benefit, and we need to carefully look at that, because it's not a defined contribution. And in those jurisdictions that switched to a defined contribution, a lot of them switched back and went to defined benefit. So we have some issues. I wish you could just line item GRS at $120 million a year, and that would solve our problem. But to do that, we got to grow. We got to grow this economy to the level where we'll be comfortable doing that. Senator Sarro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the topic of GRS, I do get the heebie-jeebies. And coming from somebody who is young in government, sometimes when we have the GRS discussions, I become very disheartened, and I feel hopeless at times, because I remember when I first ran for the Senate, and there was a town hall at the CAHS auditorium, and Mr. Nibs, you were right there, facilitating a meeting, and every question that the retirees, clearly they weren't fair, and every question the retirees had, you played on the emotions of the retirees, and you flipped everything back to the institution, everything. And then when you read the code, the gatekeeper of the system is the central government. The plan sponsor is the central government. And then we play this dangerous game, pitting branches against each other for the public, for their consumption. And we say, the Senate ain't doing this, the Senate ain't doing that. And it nauseates me. Because every time we ask, what is the proposed, what do you think we should do? The system is solvent today because of, yes, the legislature made errors years ago. But the system is also somewhat still solvent today because of actions by this very same body. because we saw the need and the urgent need to make tough but difficult changes. And every time we ask you a question, we just need $3 billion. Every single time. There has never been a discussion of a reform for a 403B type plan, a 401K type plan, where we have a dedicated funding source to pay those in Tier 1 and Tier 2, and the new set that are coming in will go on a different type of plan. But we know the system is too generous and it's unsustainable. We know that pension systems across the nation are in crisis, to include Social Security. I just had to put my 2 cents on the record because, we kind of, we tend to think that the retirement system is a retiree problem, and it isn't, because I am paying into the system as well, 15% biweekly. And I would want to have some security when I retire as well. But I had to express my disappointment. And when I do express my disappointment, the former board chair wrote a whole editorial about how I don't understand stocks and bonds when it was a core requirement for a degree in political science.
1 minute.
So I just really had to put out because we have to be a bit more creative, and pitting the public and the constituents against the legislature does you no good. It does us no good. Director O'Neill, on page 3 of your testimony, you said the repayment of the 8% salary reduction is a second point, and you said that it was recently appropriated from a general fund instead of via a contingency reserve account. You said with what is being proposed by this bill, there will be no offset in future years to the general fund by the revenues collected from the environmental infrastructure impact fee. This creates a shortfall in the general fund moving forward. What is the projected shortfall?
It's about $4 million a year. So we're looking at 40%. That would have been in the next 2 years, 40% coming into the general fund. And then after fiscal year 22 and 23, beginning of fiscal year 24, the entire 85% would have been staying in the general fund. So we're talking about close to $2 million that we are including in our revenue estimates moving forward.
Time.
We will be
Briefly, Mr. Chair, Director O'Neill, with this legislation, 40% was to go to the hospitals. The hospitals never received that 40% intended, right?
They did.
They did?
Yes, they did.
What was that amount?
So the initial years, both hospitals did receive the split of the sums that had been collected. They were approximately about $3 million roughly per year, and they were paid out 50% to SRMC and 50% to JFL.
My time has been exhausted, but I think we probably need to take a recess to discuss the bill a bit further, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Senator, carry on.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to the testifiers.
Good afternoon.
Well, GRS, the big elephant in the room, and the question is, how do we eat an elephant? And the answer to that is piece by piece. I heard the testimony from the chairman, and also I know is the same sentiments that has been expressed in the past by the director. And I agree with my colleagues, and this body, through the wisdom of its president, established a subcommittee. The subcommittee has met and will continue to meet, because we understand that the reality is there's no easy solution. And like the chairman said, we all have to make sacrifices, and the problem is sometimes we're not willing to. But in order to fix a problem that has been in existence for so long and has been kicked, the can has been kicked down from various administrations and legislature bodies, they have provided some sort of remedy and fix. But it requires us now to come together and really bring to the table some meaningful pieces of legislation and a comprehensive plan to bring a solution to the problem that we have now before us. This bill, sponsored by my colleague from St. Thomas, his intention is to take a little bite out of this big elephant. And it would not solve the problem, but it's a move in a direction that is needed now. I also have some reservations and concerns. We do know that, as expressed in a testimony by Director O'Neill, the purpose and intent of the environmental infrastructure fee was not intended for the GRS. But nevertheless, we and this body would have to, not only with this fee, but also with other taxes, we have to take a look and make appropriate changes in order to be able to assist GRS in the problem that it's in, that will affect us all if we do nothing. Director O'Neill, I do have a question for you, though. In your testimony, you spoke about shortfalls, and you spoke about shortfalls in the general fund moving forward in this direction. And I would like you to elaborate a little bit more.
1 minute.
In regards to this. What are you referring to, what those shortfalls will be, and why?
So, Senator, I actually just answered that for Senator Saru. We're speaking about the.
I apologize.
40%.
I was out and I came back in.
It's okay. We're roughly speaking about roughly the 40% that would normally be coming to the general fund in the next 2 fiscal years, 2022 and 23. We do have that included in the amounts in our revenue projections. And in subsequent years after that, from 2024 forward, the entire 85% would have been coming to the general fund. So in long-term planning and our 5-year plan that we have put together, we do include those numbers. If they are not there and it's transferred now to GRS, it means that our revenue projections will be short, and we would need to make that up in some other way.
Okay, well, appreciate you sharing that again. I don't have any further questions at this time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So, Ms. O'Neill, for 2020, the general fund got what, 3-point-something million? 3.4?
Yeah, yes, Senator. I think it's about 3.4 million for 2020.
And then for 21, we're a little bit ahead. Our collections, we're up at 3 point.
The last count I have is 2.8. I know finance is doing some reconciliation, so I had 2.8 as the last one, which was probably at least a month or so ago. So it may have improved by now.
The internal revenue, you have that number?
I will have to pull that up, but I can get it.
Okay, I'm looking at it. I think it's 3,452,000 right now. So we're above what we collected last year, which shows that the timeshare industry is coming back. We've been collecting an average of, did very well last month, 446,000. So we're at the very least going to collect $4 million. And in this year, in the fiscal 22 budget, you projected how much, Ms. O'Neill? 3-point-something or 4 million? How much you projected from that fund?
We did about $4 million, mostly because, this was one of those areas that we did have, we had in litigation.
Yes.
And recently, the government did come out winning that. So we are now able to collect more. And so our projections was about $4 million.
Okay, so this should offset the budget by about $4 million, a little more than four.
But that's well, it's $4 million in total collections, but 15% does have to be transferred.
No, the $4 million is at 85. The 15% already have collected. In the way that they have it broken down, they have the 85, and then they have the special fund, the 15%, and under the 15% that collected 700. 700 and.
You're correct.
Mr. Lee, you have it
Yes,
separated in your report, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So he has it separated in the report. So the 15% he has separate. I'm trying to find that amount. 609,000 for the 15%. Okay, I just wanted to throw those numbers out there. Now, one of your concerns was that there's no money that's going to what it was originally intended to do, or the way that it is named. There's no money going towards that particular area. Mr. Neal?
You're speaking to me,
Yeah.
Senator?
Is an environmental impact fee is one of your concern, the fact that none of it is going towards any environmental concern or issues?
Correct. Yes. And this comes from speaking to our attorneys as well, that there is some level of concern with this bill and especially because of the litigation we just went through, to not have it go to the specified intent seems a bit disingenuous.
Okay. Now the 15% goes to the Tourism Revolving Fund, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and again, this is the second category or appropriation I've seen that goes to the Tourism Revolving Fund, but I'm not seeing the specific impact of those funds for that particular industry. So I'm not seeing a small targeted approach for timeshare units, and on St. Croix, the Casino Commission also set aside money that is supposed to be utilized for marketing of the casinos, and I also didn't see that. And I know that the Tourism Revolving Fund is doing pretty well, right? We're predicting maybe $32 million this year.
Yes, it is doing well, Senator. We are continuing to look at that with the Department of Tourism as well. They have a number of marketing initiatives, none that I know of that can specifically speak to the casinos, et cetera, but I will have those conversations with tourism to see where we are with those targeted marketing plans.
And they have already collected some 28,253,000 with 2 months to go, so they're on target to collect maybe some $34 million on that particular fund. I think we need to begin to revisit looking at all of these fund balances and then seeing how we're going to divvy up and if there's a need to still have the 15% here, et cetera. Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to go back to the bill that's before us. And just before I go back to the bill that's before us, we continue to see the editorials and all the commentary as if this body does not recognize that we must act. However, this requires a collective effort. I've said it from day one, and I will continue to say it. We have some things that we are, in fact, working on, but collectively, we can't keep talking about $3 billion, okay? There's something called sunk costs. Those expenses were already paid. However they were paid, they were paid. Okay, so we need to think about the way forward and not where we were. We need to think about where we're going, Now, I am looking at the legislation, and we are basically, what we're doing is removing funds from an entity that currently has issues. We know that our hospitals, both JFL and our Roy Snyder, has issues with uncompensated care. So they do receive anywhere about $1.5 million annually from this environmental impact fee. And in us moving this legislation forward, it says that they will no longer receive those funds. But I need to be clear, Director O'Neill. I didn't have an opportunity to look back at the actual budget book. This $1.5 million is included, not separately, but a part of the overall recommended proposal for the hospitals, both hospitals, their general fund appropriation, correct? So it's not as if we appropriate 25 million and then we give them the 1.5.
No, Senator.
In addition.
It actually is separate from the appropriation.
It's separate.
It's in addition to
It's
the appropriation.
in addition to, and that's my concern. So it's in addition to. So, I mean, we should have had the hospital here today to have this discussion, because we need to know what they're utilizing those funds for. To arbitrarily remove those funds from the hospital, absent of having a discussion with them, I see that that poses a huge problem for that already troubled entity. I do agree that one full basket, but if we are going to move money from one troubled entity and give it to another one, then we have to be figuring out how we are going to fill the gap.
1
How we are
minute.
going to address the delta in that other entity that's impacted. So my perspective on this entire conversation is that collectively, and we've already started the work, we just have to really wrap it up and tie a little bow around it in as much as possible. But I don't know that we can address this from a piecemeal approach. I was a bit offended when one of the testifiers made reference to the fact that this bill only gives a mayor $1 million and that's inconsequential. It's not inconsequential. It's an attempt to fill the basket, but we can't fill the basket while taking from another basket, because then, you know, we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. We're playing one affair, and that's not good business. So I am challenged by that.
Time.
I don't really have any questions, because I just don't see how we could take funds from one entity to give it to our next. But what I do know, I have a question, yes. Mr. Chair, may I continue? Sorry. I need to ask Director of OMB, is there a reason why the GRS have not received the $1 million from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund for FY 2020?
Yes, Senator. So that amount that is that GRS says is owed to them is actually a part of the outstanding employer contribution, and it should be paid only when we have those documents that are sent from GRS to pay for employees who have retired. That is what we typically use it for, or we use it for when the court makes a judgment. It's not to be a direct contribution as the $4 million is. So they've gotten the $4 million, that's a direct contribution. The $6 million is for outstanding employer contributions, and that is what we are waiting on. Until we have that, we haven't made that payment.
So you're disputing $1 million. We actually having a $1 million conversation with GRS. We holding GRS for $1 million because we have some disagreement between what the law states. This body moved the legislation. Yes, Kelly.
Yeah.
This body moved the legislation, and the intent was to give GRS the entire $10 million. That was the intent. What we're doing is wrong.
If we pay the money to GRS, then it leaves no funding available to pay for those employees who retire. And when GRS sends us the letter saying these employees, the contributions haven't been made for them.
Mr. Chair has been more than lenient.
Some funding available for that.
Mr. Chair has been more than lenient, but those monies are appropriated on an annual basis. So that $1 million for that particular year was appropriated in that year. There is another, what, $6 or $5 million, $10 million total for FY 2021. So I don't agree with that argument. That's not a good argument. The funds are appropriated on an annual basis. So, Mr. Chair, I thank you for the leeway. I really believe that we really need to take some time out and collectively address, and we've started, like I said, but to do this in this piecemeal fashion, I really think we're giving our people false hope. We have to bring what do my colleague call an omnibus that provides funding to support the system. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator DeGraaf, the bill sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the director is saying something.
Yeah, Jennifer
Somebody?
interpreting the thing how she went.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. No legislation is perfect. That's number one. Director O'Neill, the monies for the hospitals wasn't supposed to be from 2018 and 2019?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so were they in 2020, 21, 22, 23? Is it supposed to be in all those years also?
No, it's the legislation only spoke to the 2 years, 2018 and 19. They have received that. 2020, they have actually asked if it can continue, but at this point, I am not. The legislation does not allow for that.
Right. I just wanted my colleague to hear that it was for 2018 and 19 only. It wasn't to be on a regular basis, and it was paid out to them. You know, we talk about piecemeal and we talk about one drop in the bucket. Regardless of what we do, that's going to be the only way to fix GRS. It's going to be collaboratively, but it's going to be piece, unless we're going to come up with $5 billion one time like GRS wants. But, you know, it's not going to happen that way. But I'd like to say I contributed in Act 8383, where the governor stated he had 60 million, 30 million was supposed to go to GRS. You told me no, it was 10 million over. Is GRS going to get that $5.4 million, Director O'Neill?
We are working on it, Senator.
Okay, good. So from Act 8383, it was that $5 million supposed to be going to GRS. You're working on. For 2021, it was supposed to be in excess up to $50 million. I think in the revenue generating conference, the governor mentioned about $71 million over, and you know, the 8% could be paid without breaking a sweat. So is it $71 million we have over thus far with the budget?
Senator, the numbers are changing every day. And that was the projection as of a certain time. We have a number of other appropriations, including the 8%, as well as the supplemental budget that we have submitted. And so I cannot tell you that, yes, we will have $70 million or any amount of $1 million actually at the end of the fiscal year. It depends.
All right, thank you. Fair enough. But you know, just want to be also in the 32nd legislature, I sponsored the bill number 32-0243, an act to transfer the savings realized for fiscal years 2019-2020 from the medical assistance program due to the federal government decisions to pay 100% of funding for this program for the period of time stated. That went to the Finance Committee. It wasn't heard. Bill 33-0338 to allow for legislative approval for any policy decision of the government employees retirement system that would significantly impact members' benefits. It was passed by this body, vetoed by the governor. Bill number 33-0042, an act amended Title 20, Chapter 39, Section 433, Section C of the Vernon Code, providing $10 of each operator license renewal fee be remitted to GERS. That was held in committee. Bill number 34, that's 0067, an act amending Title 33, Subtitle 1, Part 1, Chapter 3 of the Vernals Code to increase the hotel room tax by 2.5% and remit 5% of all monies collected to the GERS, was held in committee. Act 8383, which was passed by this body and put into law, but again, the money was never sent to GERS. And currently, bill number 34, that's 0084, what we're here to listen to now. So I have been piecemealing for a long time on GERS, trying to make a difference. And I'm sure my colleagues have been also. But I could say what I have brought to the table that have been heard or not been heard. So I'm asking support for bill number 34-0084, which would use the VAISA money and 45% of that money and add the 40% that goes to the general fund, leave the 15% to the tourism advertising revolving fund, and forward that money to GERS. You know, we can't talk about piecemealing and putting money and we're not doing it when it says so in the law. So again, when the governor was bringing a GERS task force, I'm sure he's still working on that, but again, we haven't seen it as yet. So I'm on board for collectively trying to make a difference. And right now, I presently have bill number 34, that's 0084, asking my colleagues' support. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. Testifiers, I'm going to allow you to put a closing statement on the record, and then we will take a short break and then vote on the matter. Let's start with Ms. O'Neill and Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Senator Viale, and to the other members of the Committee on Finance for having me here today to speak on this measure. I just want to also point out that GERS continues to sue the government utilizing funding that they could actually use to help pay some of their bills. But instead, the lawyers are continuing to get richer and richer, and while we continue to fight each other. These are all funding, again, that can be used for better, in better ways, and we need to take stock of that as we look at funding GERS overall. Again, I will say that this requires a comprehensive fix, and all parties need to be involved and come together to come up with the best solution possible. Piecemealing is not a recommendation that I would ever go with, but this body will make the ultimate decision. Thank you again for the time.
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill. Mr. Lee.
Good day, Senator. Fortunately, my role in this process is not as complicated. Whatever direction this bill goes in, IRB will do its part to account for the monies appropriately and do what we are mandated to do. So that's pretty much my 2 cents with this process.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lee. I kind of predicted your 2 cents. Mr. Boring.
Thank you, Senator. Just a couple of things I'd like to say. There was some conversation about intent and some pushback against the legislation because of the intent of the original fund. I think it's well known that the intent of any spending of public funds is determined by the legislature. So just as the original intent was established by the legislature can remedy that, or could alter that, or could revise the intent. So just want to put that out there, that you have it in your sole jurisdiction to establish the intent of any funding, of any use of any public funds. There's a statement made by Senator DeGraff, and I want to assure him that I appreciate the effort that he's making. It's not lost on me, but I think there's a misunderstanding that you have to come up with the $4.5 billion at one time. And one of the purposes of the little example I put in my testimony is to indicate that you don't have it. You don't have to come up with $4.5 billion all at once. If you decide to fund it comprehensively and treat it as a long-term debt, it's just like you fund your mortgage. You don't come up with the $400,000 to build your house in one shot. You finance, you put down a down payment as part of it, and you finance the rest over 30 years of a mortgage. And the similar thing could happen here. And that's when the only way that happens if you approach it as a comprehensive and try to and agree to fund it on an actuarial basis, and you fund it as a long-term debt. So you don't have to come up with $4.5 billion tomorrow to fix the system. You finance it over a period of time, over 20 years. And that is how you make it manageable. So that's the other thing. I don't want to get in a lot of discussion about the court action. I just mentioned that the latest round of the court action was initiated by the government. And the last thing I'd like to say, just a little pushback on Senator Carrion's analogy about eating the elephant, to just indicate to him that the only way that works is if the elephant is dead. And with that, thank you for the opportunity for participating in this discussion on this, and we look forward to further conversations about refinancing the GIS. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boring. Mr. Nibbs? Please finish.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Bailey and the committee for having us. We're looking forward to seeing you again on Monday, when we would give the annual overview of the system and budgetary concerns. I want to respond to the OMB director's statement about spending a whole lot of money. I was the one that went to Governor Bryan, even before District Court Judge Gomez made his ruling, and asked him to settle. I went to the Attorney General and I asked her to settle. At that time, Governor Bryan said it had cost him over $1 million in fees. It hasn't cost us that much, GRS. So we have been wanting to settle this even before the District Court made its ruling. So I just want to put that on the record because, statements are being made and, publicly and people don't know. GRS wanted to settle this from the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nibbs. What was the cost of the attorneys, the cumulative cost?
I think right now, so far for our attorney, it's about $300,000.
Okay, thank you so much. Before we take a quick break, point of inquiry or point of information, Senator Fred Gregory.
I have a quick point of inquiry for Ms. Abori. Ms. Abori, you continue to make reference to this $5.4 billion. And we've
4.5.
4.5, and we've come this far by faith, right? So 4.5 billion. If the GRS was to get that $4.5 billion today, what does that mean for the GRS?
It means we'll be 100% funded on an actuarial basis.
How much do you? It
means that insolvency would be off the table.
How much do you pay out on an annual basis? How much do you receive from the central government, and how much do you pay out? What's your deficit? Because we don't deal with the sunk costs and we way forward, right?
I don't understand what that means. You're done with the fund part. The fund cost is part of the liability. You can't be done with it.
I'm going to ask you this again. How much do you receive from the central government and how much do you pay out annually?
I think the central government is about $97 million a year.
So you receive,
well, that's what, well, let me clarify. the contribution from the employee contribution is about 47 million, and the employer contribution is about 97 million. So add those two together.
Could you total it for me? What's the total amount that you receive from the employer and employee contributions on an annual basis? And what is the amount that you pay out to the current active retirees?
144 million in contribution.
97 plus 47, that's
140.
144.
Mm-hmm.
And we're paying out just on it, but we pay out $23 million a month, so that's like $270 million a year.
How much a year?
270.
270.
275 to around that.
So to cash fund the system, you need how much? The difference between 270 and 144? Matt Major?
131.
131, right?
That's for this year. For this year. Next year is going to be a bigger number.
Yeah, but and counting, but 131. But the reason why I asked the question, and I have to wrap up, is because we continue to talk. I understand your 100% solvency discussion, but we need to stop putting fear in our community the way that we're doing that. Because $4.4 billion today doesn't change the fact that we pay now $270 a year. And of course, it bills on an annual basis. I agree with that. But to continue to talk about the $4.4 billion that's needed when you've already sold off, I don't know how much billion or thousands of dollars in assets, we gotta be fair. Let's align this. Because what we're saying, we continue to create fear in our community. I know my mother watching. She's 89, and I know she's watching. Please stop putting fear in my mother and the people of the Virgin Islands. Don't do that. Let's figure out how do we address this from in a manner that is feasible to our people, that is feasible to the government, and how we could move forward. But for us to continue to talk, that's money that is like saying, 2 years ago, I had need a loan from so-and-so, and I never get it, but I still live in. I was still able to pay my bills and move on. I still want the money again. I don't need it. That's the problem with this discussion. I don't like it. And we have to stop it. We have to stop having this discussion in this manner. It's not right. Mr. Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I comment?
Go ahead, Mr. Boyer.
Mr. Chairman, every report we prepare have those numbers in it. There's a reason why those numbers are in there. If you look in the financial statements, if you look in the actuarial statements, we can't stop talking about it because that is the crux of the problem. We can't stop talking about it. Every report says that we have to fund the system actuarially. And those are the numbers that come out. I agree with you, we have to figure out how to fund it. And I'm saying, as I said earlier, $4.5 billion doesn't require to come up with $4.5 billion today.
Correct.
It requires a way to, it's a long-term debt that needs to be funded over time. And we see the effects of what happens if you don't fund it. So I say today, the difference is whatever that number we worked out. Tomorrow is going to be a bigger number. The next year is going to be a bigger number. That's the way the system. The liability grows every year because more people come into the system, and the retirees, the employees count is stuck and diminishing. So we cannot not talk about that $4 billion.
Okay, we'll have a deeper discussion because we're going to definitely, the subcommittee is going to meet again. We're just waiting to get all the numbers so we can walk to the table prepared, and we'll be able to have that discussion back and forth and see exactly where we're going to go. We're going to take a quick 1-minute recess, and then we're going to vote on this measure. The committee stands in recess for 1 minute. Thank you, testifiers. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that Bill number 34-0084, an act amending Title 33 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Section 54B, 3D, relating to the allocation of the environmental infrastructure impact fee to allocate 85% of that fee to the government employees retirement system to pay annuities be held in committee. At the call of the chair, I so move.
Motion made by Senator Gregory, seconded by Senator Carrion. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yeah.
Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., nay. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru. Senator Saru, not voting. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Yes.
Senator Vialet, yay. Mr. Chair,
Chain Senator Sarah voted yes.
Senator Saru, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 nays.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And let me just go on the record to say that holding the bill does not mean that this bill will not move forward. We do have plans to make sure measures such as this move forward. That was sponsored by Senator Dwayne DeGraff. However, we do need to hear the total financial picture that will be presented to us on August 31st. And we want to move a comprehensive measure that would have more than one particular funding source, but multiple funding sources based on the projected budget that will be able to provide revenues to the government employee retirement system. Additionally, any new funds that we give into the government employees retirement system, we want to create a stabilization fund. That fund will be able to offset monies that they're drawing down on a regular basis that they liquidated to pay annuities. And that stabilization fund would also be the fund that we can utilize in the event that we go to market. So we have looked at more than one funding source of this fund, one being this bill that was just brought by Senator DeGraff. We'll make sure that the additional language is added in. We have looked at the 14 cents that is presently being given to WAPA fuel tax, and we have looked at the excise tax, a portion of those monies, which would be the most substantial source. We have also submitted legislation that for a period of time will include increasing the employer portion, the portion that the government pays to the retirement system by some 10%, which will generate an additional $40 million. So I will have my staff set up a meeting date in September where we can hear all of the various retirement-related bills. And we'll make sure that we get the subcommittee to meet again. There are tough decisions that need to be made. And the economy of the Virgin Islands continued to change within the last couple of months, which have made the process of moving forward hard. The last thing that we want to do is to provide false hope. And when we don't scrub the numbers and we present this and that, and then we end up having issues with the overall budget of the government of the Virgin Islands. The Committee of Finance is hereby adjourned.